I'd like to call to order the Charter Township of Chesterfield regular township board meeting for Tuesday, February 13th, 2024 at 7 p.m. to order. Could we all stand, face the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Kersten.
Here.
Treasurer Elliott. Here. Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Trustee Joseph.
Here.
Trustee Demink.
Here.
Trustee Vosberg. Here. Clerk Berry is here.
Item 4, approval of agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Supported by Supervisor Kersten. Clerk Berry?
Clerk Berry, aye. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg. Aye. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 5, presentations. We have no scheduled presentations tonight. Item 6, department reports. I will start out with department reports. Trustee Anderson.
Thank you. Our Public Safety Advisory Committee meeting of February 6th, some of the agenda items discussed at that time is we're looking at one more part-time firefighter being added to our fire department. We have four individuals that are in the police academy at this time. We know that there's pending retirements and things of that nature in the future. As far as the parking lot is basically completed at the police station, and multiple items are being finished as we speak or during a month here. We hope to be able by late March to be complete with all the renovations to the police station. One other thing, I'll let you cover fire. One other thing, the police department is just exploring looking at a auto theft unit that will be funded by a grant. Whether Chesterfield PD partakes or not, that's still being looked at. There's supposed to be quite a problem with car thefts, and there'd be a lot of benefits. But again, that's something the department is still studying. Thank you.
Thanks. Just to pick up on a couple of the more detailed points. The police station improvements that Trustee Anderson is talking about are the parking lot, and the board approved the dispatch, the additional dispatch area. The building renovations are ongoing. We anticipate bids going out soon, and hopefully Director Bassett, those tarps hold up, and we can keep the rain off of our police personnel over there. But those bids should be going out soon. And the other issue that Trustee Anderson mentioned, this Macomb auto theft unit, looks like a great opportunity. It is similar to maybe a joint task force like Comet or some of the other county-wide programs. This one on the introduction looks to have a pretty appealing entryway in that it could cover 60% of the salary and some miscellaneous fees associated with sending one of our officers to the county task force. The other issue that I think we'll just leave for the presentation tonight, as it's on our agenda, was Chief Miller and Director Bassett provided Trustee Anderson and I a pretty detailed review of the proposed aerial fire truck purchase, and I know that there's a lot more comprehensive presentation coming, so I'll leave that alone. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Elections have been very, very busy this week. We have, just in the last 10 days, had over 24 training sessions, trained hundreds of election inspectors who will be working the early voting, as well as our presidential primary that takes place on Tuesday, February the 27th. We have processed thousands of absentee ballots, absentee ballot applications, and fielded many, many calls. We're very happy to do that. I couldn't be more proud of our team, what they have accomplished in a short, taken 6 months of preparation, and it's gone into about 34 days. So I couldn't be more proud of them. It's absolutely short of spectacular what they've been able to accomplish, and we're looking forward to sharing that with everyone at our open house that is scheduled specifically for elections. Everyone should have received a postcard this week in the mail that does notify you of Chesterfield Township's early voting location, dates, and times. That is part of the required mandate by the Bureau of Elections as far as notifying individuals of the new early voting option that you now have, in addition to the absentee ballot option, as well as voting in person on Election Day. So I'm very pleased to hear that most people have received that. I also encourage you to come out to the election open house on Friday. That will be from 6:30 to 8 o'clock. You will be able to view Chesterfield Township's early voting location and see how that process works. There will also be demonstrations by the staff in terms of what happens to your absentee ballot, how we store it, how we secure your vote, how we maintain and process those votes. A lot of the questions that you may have to be answered, not only regarding the changes to from Proposal 22-2, but also just general election questions that you may have always wanted to ask, and you and I'll be able to have the answer to that. In addition to that event, which we are very excited to share with you as well, you will also be getting in the mail very soon the Chesterfield Township 2024 Election Guide. This is a reference tool that we recommend everyone hold on to. It talks a lot about all of the changes that have occurred, not only due to Proposal 22-2. It goes over all of the elections that will be happening in Chesterfield Township. However, we will be having a May election. The New Haven School District as well as the Lance Cruz School Districts have both called for bond millage special elections. That occurred after this publication went into print. So I apologize that that is not in there. We will be sending out supplemental material to those voters in those districts so that you are aware of that election day. At this time, there is no early voting for that election. However, that could change upon request. But we will keep the electorate that is affected informed of any changes to that. But this reference material, again, very, very comprehensive. It goes over all of the other elections that are taking place this year, how to vote, where to vote. The Chesterfield Election Commission has made several changes as well that many of you have already received notification on, including changes in precinct boundaries as well as precinct voting locations. I can't urge everyone enough. Please make sure that you know where you're going to vote, because there's a very good chance that it could have changed. Chesterfield's made a lot of changes in that regard, and we'll be going over all of that at the open house, but it is also all in that reference material for you. These will be available as well at Township Hall, as well as the Community Center and several other places throughout the township, but it is also going to be mailed to every residence in Chesterfield Township, regardless if you are a registered voter or not. So everyone will have this material, and we will also be recording a good portion of the open house. So if you cannot attend, we will be posting that video and all of that informational material and sessions on our website as well as on social media. Thank you.
Real quick from the Supervisor's office, in regards to the August-July flooding, the President did declare or accept our declaration for a state of emergency here in Chesterfield Township. We are currently working with Macomb Emergency Management to set up evaluation centers throughout the township. We are working, we don't have the specific date and time yet on when that will occur. Again, we're in partners with FEMA, the state of Michigan, and Macomb County Executive's Office, along with emergency management. And those dates, if you follow us on our social media pages and our website, we'll get those out to you right away. And this does not exclude anybody who did not participate in the original evaluation. Again, this is open to anybody in the township who suffered flooding during that phase. We've also applied, just for informational purposes, we've applied for several state and federal dollars, community project funding from our state and federal reps, again, for fiscal year 2025. There are several capital projects that are covered in this request. Through all of our elected officials, and most of these capital plans are covered in our capital improvement plan, which is within the budget. We're also hosting our state and federal elected officials here on March 15th. All the elected received an email. You are more than welcome to attend. If there's a question of the number of elected officials in the room, I will excuse myself, and I'm sure others will too, to let the trustees participate. Our plan is to show them several projects that are currently underway, and several that are again within our capital improvement plan. And again, we're soliciting the return of federal dollars and state dollars back to our community for several projects. And we've been successful, and we hope to continue in fiscal year 2025. And that is all I have from the supervisor's office. I'll move on to item 7. Item 7, public comments on agenda items only, and if you would identify yourself, the podium is open. The clock will start when you begin to speak.
Christopher Pierrick, Chesterfield Township. A couple questions about some agenda items. First thing is that there's a public hearing tonight about how to spend some grant money, which is kind of confusing if we're going to get input from the residents on how to use that money. Yet agenda item A is a proposal on how to spend that money already outlined, so I'm a little confused about that. And then agenda item C is the rezoning of a property on Cotton Road, which was on the agenda 3 weeks ago, and it failed. So I don't know why that would be brought back to this board again, unless unless we have enough votes now to get it to pass. So I'm confused about that as well. Heavenly Father, I just thank you right now for these agenda items. I pray that these agenda items will be presented with clarity, presented fully, Lord. I thank you, Lord, for the board members. When they take their votes, it will be their vote, Lord. And I pray that they will use integrity when they make that vote, and they will have their stakeholders in mind, the residents of Chesterfield, when they cast those votes. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Paul Lafata, Chesterfield Township. First of all, on the rezoning, there's a definite traffic issue. The Friday after the last board meeting, when I was going west on Cotton Road, there were 16 cars waiting to make a left-hand turn to go south on Gratiot. It took 2 cycles of the light, and there's some misrepresentation of SEMCOG in the current information about a 2-lane with a middle lane. It's not a 2-lane with a middle lane all the way through there. It's snuggled down in some areas. So this reconsideration, because of what somebody put in there about a SEMCOG information, is bogus. Second of all, there's the retention pond work that's being done by Spalding D. Decker. Somebody needs to check the QBS contractual agreements that were done back in 2017, because it wasn't 10%. And then we have them working on the sidewalk again for another 25%, which means they're going to get $170,000 to put a sidewalk down Jefferson Avenue. Somebody needs to look at this, because it's way beyond the contractual agreement that was agreed to back in 2017, and I don't think anything's changed yet. The other thing is, I'm kind of curious about the retention pond. If the township has been maintaining it, why did it fail in the subdivision flood? It doesn't make sense, but if the township was maintaining it and it was under an SAD, then evidently the township didn't do a very good job, and there's some responsibility there. But you can't have one or the other. I mean, either you maintained it or you didn't maintain it. When you do it half, way, then you have failures. This is being consistent. And purchasing some more swampland, every time we acquire property, we lose money. We're going to lose $15,000 in tax dollars every year. We're going to acquire another piece of property that's going to require maintenance, and it's going to be of no use to the residents. It's going to wind up You know, a piece of property, like the piece of property in Jefferson, it was bought by mistake because they thought they could put the cell tower there, but it wasn't, it was swampland, it wasn't buildable. So every time we acquire a piece of property, we dig a bigger hole because we just ask ourselves for more expenses to maintain something. And we don't look at the future, we don't look at any progressions, we don't do anything. And then, that's about it. Thank you.
Nancy Hutchinson, 49525 Callens Road. I'm speaking about Agenda Item 10C, rezoning Cotton Road, voted on and voted down 3 weeks ago. In a letter from Jonathan, his last line says, "I hope this provides some assistance in making the board's decision." They already voted on it. And to quote parliamentary procedure, a motion is useful to reconsider when a board member believes that a decision has been made without proper debate or if new information is presented. The motion must be made by a member who voted on the prevailing side. And it must be made at the same meeting when the original vote was taken. So that would make this sound like a moot point. Thank you.
Joe Kadich, I live on Sutton. Wanted to comment on one of the items in the closed session, which has to deal with the, I guess, giant electronic billboard that you leased improperly, didn't follow APO procedure, knowing probably because it wouldn't go through the Planning Commission. You all signed an agreement, put that billboard up, knowing that when it went through the Planning Commission, it would get voted down. It did, which is a shame. I've been to a couple, 3 board meetings. Each one of them had regular businessmen here talking about inches, adding inches to their sign or moving it a foot in front of their building and didn't get any place. Yet you go along and basically lease our property out to somebody for a 50-year lease to put a giant electronic billboard up there. The only thing you get out of it was seconds, depending on how many messages run out of there. Gives nothing back to the township. What this does, if this judge, which is probably the way it went that way, if he gives the okay and lets that billboard go, it'll change all the standards in this township for anybody else that wants to put up a giant billboard. He's opening the door. You guys opened it for him. Beyond that, I'm finding out, I talked to some other people in the media company, that contract, the person that has it, doesn't have to even move on it. He can release that land, release that contract to somebody else. He can actually sell it. It's worth millions. You guys did this and just put this out there and gave millions of dollars away that if you'd have handled it internally, if you wanted it, you could have at least capitalized on the fact that that property was valuable enough, but you give it out to somebody else. The only thing I can see on there that you got was some campaign promises and some campaign donations. That's pretty sad. I don't know what's going to happen or what Mr. Siebert's going to say. I've got a feeling it's going to say it's going to go, and that's going to happen. But you think back at what you've done and what you've done to this township, if that does go that way. Was it worth $500 in campaign contributions? Wasn't to me. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. Kevin Hustick here in Chesterfield Township. I'm going to talk about just a couple of the agenda items to kick off. First, agenda item 10C. I was here at the last meeting and heard the lengthy discussion back and forth about the rezoning. We got some boogeyman arguments about what could be, what could come if the rezoning didn't happen. It's February 2024. What could come and what could be hasn't come. So, the boogeyman arguments really don't, justify this rezoning. I evaluated the proposal that's in the board packet, and I did not see anything new that would justify bringing this back before this board again. The only difference that I see is that we have 4 votes that will vote in favor of it and 3 that will likely vote no. That is not the way that you conduct business, but apparently that's how this board operates. And you can tell by how long the agenda is that we got a full board tonight. Item H, 10H. I'm interested to understand the sidewalk proposal. I think I understand what the purpose of this is, but since the school hasn't been purchased yet by the township, I'm unsure as to why we're building the sidewalk down to the Meldrum drain to then connect to the sidewalk desired up to the back of the school that we don't currently own. So I'm just curious why this board would authorize H at this time. I think that's a no-brainer to vote no at this point. There's no reason at this juncture in time to have a sidewalk end at Meldrum drain. Item J, the big $1.6 million purchase. I am all for public safety, but I'm struggling to understand the need to move on this right now. There was some rationalization about saving $100,000 by buying the truck now and some build time, but the truck was budgeted in a future fiscal year, so I'm trying to understand how we're going to pull those funds forward. So it may just be a clarification. I can get behind supporting it. I just need to fully understand the rationale. And then lastly, item M, I'm very thrilled to see there is a motion before this board, which I don't see how it could be anything but a unanimous yes, to hold the ARPA funds town hall meeting that the citizens have been calling for, that board members, some have been talking about having. The supervisor at one point mentioned having a meeting. I think it's long overdue, especially if there's going to be some consideration by any of the board members to purchase the school with ARPA funds. You owe the citizens that meeting. So I look forward to a unanimous yes. Thank you.
Before my time begins, I would like to ask the board if I could have maybe an extra 15 seconds since there's so many things to speak about tonight. I'd like to start with item 10C. Again, why is this back on the agenda? I don't recall there being a motion to reconsider. If at first you don't get the votes, I guess the motto is just keep trying till you do. I'd like to address Mr. Palin's letter on this. He refers to Cotton Road as a 2-lane road with a turn lane. A very small section of it fits that description. He also references Highway Capacity Manual 6th edition from 2016, which is out of date. References recent SEMCOG data, which is from 2011, from what I could find, so 13-year-old data. He downplays Giffel Webster's opinion. Why do we pay them then? He quotes the master plan. protect established neighborhoods from intensive commercial activities through transitional land uses. I guess the Planning Commission and Trustee Demink, as a liaison to the Planning Commission, didn't care to protect those neighborhoods when they zoned this property commercial in the first place. The funny part is that Trustee Demink threatened the residents not once, but twice with the current zoning options. So who got the zoning wrong? If commercial zoning was fine before, why all of a sudden is it something to threaten us with? And also, why is professional office not an option like it is at 21 in Sugar Bush? It shouldn't be up to the landowner to decide what developments get built in our community. Please do the right thing and kick this back to planning to change this to a different zoning such as professional office. Item 10E, the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund. That grant requires public input, and the direct language from the grant is the applicant is responsible for providing the public with adequate opportunity to review and comment on the proposed application. Where's the application? It was not part of the agenda packet. We have not been provided with any information to review or comment on. Item 10F, the Michigan Recreational Passport Grant for Pollard Park. Were the funds budgeted for that? Because it doesn't say that on the agenda item. This grant also requires adequate opportunity for public review and comment. Again, you have not provided that for either grant. I'm requesting that you remove items 10E and 10F from tonight, provide us with the information on them, and then allow the residents adequate time to review and comment on them on a future meeting. We should have specific time on this, not the 3 minutes up front, because that's not enough time to comment on it. And I will not hesitate to contact the director of the Michigan Department of Natural Resources and let them know that the public was not provided with adequate opportunity to review and comment. 10G, the Stonehenge Detention Basin. You already have a probable cost of $275,000. You mentioned having meetings with the residents. I can't believe this is on here without us actually getting any information. And how many homes are affected by the cost of this? And why can't ARPA funds be used to cover all of the detention ponds? 10H, cost share agreement for the sidewalk project, which is kind of a joke. When will the sidewalk gaps on Gratiot, Cotton, and Donner be completed? I don't recall seeing those scheduled anywhere. And again, ARPA money could be used for sidewalks throughout the township. The fire truck, $1.6 million. I know in my budget, I can't afford to pull ahead a major purchase without there being repercussions in my daily life. And 10M, the ARPA funds. There were several expenses tonight that on the agenda that could have been paid for with ARPA funds. Money was definitely spent at Brandenburg that could have been paid for with ARPA funds or even some of these grant funds. If you ask the residents where they'd like to see their money spent, I'm sure that you would get some really great ideas. I'm asking that you not use the ARPA money to purchase Sugar Bush School, and also if you do, where will the money come from to rehab it?
I do feel that the previous speaker's 15 seconds were warranted for this discussion, but hi, Mike Horton, 50393 Byler. The only thing I would like to speak on is the aerial ladder. I believe that it is a very great investment for the community. I understand a lot of people are very concerned about $1.6 million. Who wouldn't be? That's a lot of money. I'm sure none of us have ever actually seen that money in person before. People do need to understand that fire equipment is highly expensive, especially in recent years with the increase in inflation in the past 3 or 4 years, going through what we've seen, and that this type of expense is not only worthwhile, but is also crucial to any community of this size and expansion and sprawl. A ladder truck, such as the one I've had the privilege of driving, one that was brand new when I was just a little kid and I first saw it. I got to have the opportunity to operate it. It is something that can benefit the community as a whole, but that one was really, really old, from the 90s. And you know, if you utilize the same lifespan that we had for that one to this one that you're looking to purchase, you're looking at something that an asset that could be in the community until the 2050s. So as long as you prioritize maintaining well and keeping good assets in good condition, this is a worthwhile expense to put up front. I know it's a lot of money, but I think it's a really good idea for the township to take hold of it. Given how expensive fire, especially aerial ladder trucks can be, I have to say this, for the chief, this is a steal, and it's worthwhile. Also, I probably shouldn't have said that because the chief is standing next to a cop right now. Aside from that, though, for all seriousness, it is a worthwhile investment for the future of the community. Not only for the protection of life and property, but it showcases a commitment not only to the fire department, but also to the citizens, that a worthwhile investment, though expensive, is being placed up front for decades of proper servitude for the protection of everyone within the community. Thank you.
John Speaker, Chesterfield Township. In regards to the bill run, I noticed that, welcome back, Ms. Vosberg, from your vacation. I noticed that we've got a full agenda tonight, so I knew we were going to have a full house on the board. So Supervisor Kersten was going to have his, Treasurer Elliott vote, Kathy Vosberg vote, and Trustee Demink vote, and his vote, which would give him 4. But in regards to the bill run, I'm disappointed. I noticed that there was a separation agreement payout in the amount of $81,161.60 to who I consider a hero in this township, and I will always consider him a hero, Mr. Josh Baker. So, and the disappointment isn't us cutting a check. The disappointment was in the amount that the check was cut for. I mean, this individual saved a 7-year-old's life. Unfortunately, under the circumstances with the current supervisor, it was just didn't work out, and I just believe that, he was not treated fairly, in my opinion. So I would have liked to have seen that separation in a higher amount because he deserved it. And again, he will always be a hero. Under the trustees, I've asked this before, the trustees' cell phone bills have doubled. They're like $306 that we're paying a month now. Nobody's gotten back to the reason why that amount has doubled or even looked into it. Again, on the bill run, I've asked several times that the names, anytime we do a payout, I'd like to see the names on who received the funds. For example, under the treasurer's office, there was a state-of-the-state address for lodging for $90.95. There was no name on it. I'm gonna assume that it was either Kathy Elliott or somebody in her office that went to that. Under the Macomb County Chambers, again, it was a $45 on the taxpayers, and there was another chamber thing for $15. So I would appreciate the names so the taxpayers know where their money. I support Agenda A for tonight as far as the community block grant going to the Care House, Turning Point, Wigs for Kids. I also support item I for public safety on the furniture for a dispatch center and sergeant's office. But most importantly is the meeting. The supervisor promised that there was going to be a meeting. He's promised this for years, and I would appreciate everybody on this board supporting that because it's long overdue. It's the residents' money, and we need to do what the residents want. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? Any further comments? Seeing no further comments, we'll go to item 8, the consent agenda. Clerk Berry.
All items under the consent agenda are considered routine by the board and will be enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of these items. If discussion of any item is required by a board member, it will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. A, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of January 23rd, 2024. Approval of the payment of bills is submitted by the Finance Department. Approve a request by Public Services to pay invoice number 5303-73236 from UIS in the amount of $8,406 for SCADA maintenance services in 2024. And D, to approve a request by the Department of Public Safety to authorize emergency repairs to a patrol vehicle in the amount of $8,954.90.
Motion to approve the consent agenda is presented.
Motion by trustee Demink, is there support?
Second.
Clerk Berry? Clerk Berry, call the roll.
Trustee Demink. Aye. Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph. No. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 9, public hearings. There is a public hearing scheduled tonight. Clerk Berry?
Conduct a public hearing on Tuesday, February 13th, 2024 at 7 p.m. to hear comments concerning the allocation of the 2024 Community Development Block Grant as required by the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 as amended.
Do I have a motion to open the public hearing? Support. Trustee Joseph. Supported by Supervisor Kersten. Clerk Berry? All those in favor? I'm sorry.
No.
All those in favor?
It's got to be a roll call vote.
I'm sorry. Clerk Berry?
Trustee Joseph. Aye. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
The public hearing is open at 7:35. Director Vanison, this is yours. Are there applicants here tonight?
Say that one more time.
Were the applicants here tonight?
They were expected to be, if there's a couple in the audience. So just to provide a little bit of clarity on the public hearing, when we are awarded money through the CDBG funding, the service grant money, our option is to either retain it all as Chesterfield Township to be utilized within the senior center funding, or we can allocate some of that to nonprofits. So this community hearing is to take any public comment on that, of who is receiving that funding, if anyone, and then as well as give the actual applicants a chance to address the board directly with their request. So I invite anyone up.
If the applicants are here,
Thank you.
if you want to address the board, you may. Give the public some. Thank you.
All right. Oh, okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Nicole King, and I am the program director and lead forensic interviewer at Care House. Care House is Macomb County's Child Advocacy Center. We have our main office located in Mount Clemens, and then we have a satellite office located in Warren. Care House is the only agency in Macomb County who offers comprehensive services for child victims of sexual abuse, physical abuse, and children who have witnessed a violent act, as well as their non-offending family members. Our goal is to minimize trauma for child victims and to provide coping skills, advocacy, and case management for children and their families. Care House collaborates with all of the Macomb County law enforcement jurisdictions, the FBI, Homeland Security, and ICE. We collaborate with Children's Protective Services, the Macomb County's Prosecutor's Office, and medical and mental health professionals in our community. Care House offers intervention and support services for child victims and their families, intervening to promote healing and helping families to cope with emotional stress and trauma that's caused by not only the acts of abuse, but also by the investigation process. Our services include the coordination of forensic interviews, crisis counseling, child safety and trauma assessments, parent and child support groups, trauma-focused therapy sessions, family advocacy, access to medical exams, and referrals to other community services. As the designated counsel in Macomb County for the Michigan Children's Trust Fund, Care House also offers prevention information, education, and training for professionals and our communities. In October of 2022, Care House started the development of a Family Resource Center, or FRC, and that's at both locations. So an FRC is a parent-driven, welcoming, and supportive hub for families in our community who are seeking resources. not just for families who are dealing with allegations of abuse, but FRC offers family pantries, parent leadership development and mentoring, positive parenting and child development education, and warm handoffs to other community resources. Families are never charged for any of the services they receive at Care House, and we provide services to all the referred families and children. I'm also proud to report that in our most recent independent financial audit, 92 cents of every dollar goes straight back to the children that we're devoted to serve. Since opening in 1996, Care House has conducted 10,700 child forensic interviews, and 507 of those were children residing here in Chesterfield Township. In 2021, we conducted 728 forensic interviews. 23 of those children resided in Chesterfield. In 2022, we conducted 704, and then 36 of those children were Chesterfield children. Last year in 23, out of the 650 forensic interviews, 25 of those children are Chesterfield Township residents. In addition to all of those forensic interviews, we provide ongoing therapy and advocacy services for several Chesterfield children and families each year. We depend on support from the community to provide a voice for child victims and a safe place for them to be heard. We are very grateful for the $7,000 that we received in CDBG funding from Chesterfield Township last year, and that supported 12 Chesterfield children, as well as your longstanding support. This year, we respectfully request your consideration for funding in the amount of $10,800, and that will support services for 18 qualifying child victims and families that reside here in Chesterfield Township. Of course, we're grateful for any allocation you're willing to give to us. Can I answer any questions?
Thank you. Trustee Jones.
Yeah, just a quick comment, Nicole. Care House is very near and dear to my heart. I started my career in Children's Protective Services in the mid-90s, and prior to Care House's arrival, what would happen is we would unfortunately be forced to interview a kid who maybe reports sexual abuse to a teacher. So the child discloses to the teacher, then maybe the principal or the counselor at the school. We want to make sure we got it right. They interview. Then the police are called. The police interview. Perhaps a prosecutor would interview. If there's a medical evaluation needed, maybe the ER doctor or nurse also interviews. When Care House arrived, it centralized the interview process for the victim, and it created a space where all of the different entities that needed to work on that case to prosecute the perpetrator were able to get the information without re-victimizing the victim. Prior to Care House, personally, I've heard of kids describing the interviews with law enforcement and all of everybody who was well-meaning, the professionals, as being more traumatic than the actual abuse perpetrated by the dirtball that did it. Mm-hmm. And so to see Care House continuing with its base mission and expanding is just a very encouraging thing. Care House deals with the ugliest of ugly things that could ever be done to a child on a daily basis, and it's done with professionalism and dignity. And I've had kids who have gone through Care House, one of the worst moments of their life, maybe reach back years later as a teenager still struggling and find resources and available staff at Care House still willing to help them out. So I'm glad that you came here, and I'm glad that we can contribute to such a worthy organization. I know that your funding is centered around grants and donations. Do you have any events that people could maybe participate in, fundraisers, things like that, upcoming?
We do. First, thank you for your support. Care House really, and all CACs around Michigan and all over the nation, have really centralized child abuse investigations, so kids are less traumatized and they can get and start the healing process. But April is Child Abuse Prevention Month, so we have 2 open houses where you can come and take a tour through Care House. April 10th is at our Warren location, and then April 11th is in Mount Clemens. And you're really just touring our facilities and learning about how we can provide that healing and support to child victims and their non-offending family members. And then we also have a bartending event, and that is Thursday, May 16th at 5:30. I do have flyers if anybody is interested. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Trustee Domingue?
I'd like to coincide with Trustee Joseph. Carol's does a great job. They've done a great job over the years in my field. Last year, I worked on 2 horrific cases where Care House did the interviews, and they were horrific crimes. Trustee Joseph knows which ones I'm talking about, but I can't say it in public. But you do a great job, and it's for the kids, and I'm glad we can help out.
Treasurer Ellie?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Nicole, thank you for having the open house I attended last year, and it was a great, warm, welcoming environment. You guys are doing a great job, and I just want to compliment you and everything, and I do encourage folks to attend that open house. I attended in Mount Clemens, and it was a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. And if anybody has more questions, feel free to ask me tonight. If not, you can find us on www.mccarehouse.org. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Nicole. Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Vosberg. I'm sorry.
Can I just get one more? On the, thank you also for all the work that you do. I have, it's been a while, but I have toured the facilities, been to open houses there. Question about the statistics then on the front page that you gave us. It says, for example, in 23, there were 25 children with 650 forensic interviews. Does that mean that if you divided the 650 by the 25 children, that would be the amount of, how does that factor out? Is that how many agencies or were listening in on that? How do those numbers?
So our statistic works with residency in law enforcement jurisdiction. So what we do is at the end of each year, we take the 700 or like in 2023, the 650 forensic interviews, and we look at the residency of the families that came. So of those 650 interviews, 25
Oh, that's
kids.
the total amount for the year that you handled.
Yes,
Very good. Thank you. I'm
specifically
thinking
from
that's
Chesterfield.
That's a lot of agencies listening in on the interview, because isn't that how it goes? The interview, one person conducts the interview, but there might be more than one agency listening in on the interview?
Right, so when I conduct interviews, we get all of our referrals from law enforcement, so I'm just gonna use Chesterfield, for example. A detective from Chesterfield Police Department would be listening in through closed-circuit TV, as well as if Children Protective Services were involved and if a prosecutor was able to make the interview. So the people listening in are really just the team of people that are working with that children versus like all of the people we coordinate with. So it's a pretty small team for each child.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Is there another applicant that would like to address the board? The mic is yours.
Good evening. My name is Tina Huff, and I am the Children's Services Coordinator with Turning Point Shelter Program. Turning Point has been providing a safe place for families fleeing violence since 1980. Between July 1st of 2022 and June 30th of 2023, the Emergency Shelter Program has provided 313 shelter bed nights for 5 Chesterfield residents, and across other agency programs, Turning Point has served an additional 61 Chesterfield residents. Turning Point Shelter Program is a safe haven for survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. It provides immediate safety, crisis intervention, and resources for families trying to establish just basic safety. The project is a multifaceted approach to ending the cycle of violence in families. Prior to coming to shelter, survivors contact us through our 24-hour hotline. If we have room for the survivor and their family, they are approved for shelter. Upon arriving to shelter, then, the survivor and family is given a tour of the facility, which is completely handicap accessible. The shelter offers educational indoor and outdoor play areas for children and teens, private sleeping and bathroom facilities, a multi-purpose room that functions as a dining room and a family activity center, private dedicated counseling spaces, as well as additional space for outside agencies to come in and work with our clients as well. Turning Point has 2 case managers that meet with every new shelter resident within 24 hours of them arriving to shelter. At that point, they develop an individual plan based on their goals. They also work on safety planning, housing, and financial stability. This plan can include anything from literacy, credit repair, immigration, supportive counseling for domestic and sexual violence, and they receive these services also after leaving shelter. Turning Point also has a comprehensive service for children while in shelter and after they leave. Children in shelter receive crisis support, tutorial and educational services, safety planning and recreational activities, including a 10-week summer camp, holiday parties, movie nights, arts and crafts, etc. We also have a child crisis advocate on staff that provides supportive services for children and teens, both in group and individual sessions. They can also receive these services after leaving shelter. Many times when the hotline workers get phone calls from families seeking help and someplace to go and be safe, our shelter is at capacity. With the funds that we're asking for tonight, the $5,000 CDB funds, Turning Point would be able to provide hotel accommodations for those who are looking for safety, and we do no longer wear capacity at shelter. In addition to the hotel accommodations, that includes hygiene kits, clothing, food, transportation, money for laundry, and things like that. Thank you for your time and consideration, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, I won't do this for every group because we'll be here all night, but Turning Point is another organization that's really touched many of the families that I've worked with in my time in the county. I just wanted to commend you for your work in the area of human trafficking.
Yes.
The county has really worked very hard to sort of centralize all of the community partners, and I realized at one of our most recent meetings that Turning Point is actually the hotline number that individuals can reach out to. And for those that aren't familiar, Macomb, the county website, macomb.gov, has a link to the MCAT, the Macomb County Anti-Trafficking Unit, and prominently featured there is the Turning Point as the local shelter that assists those in need of emergency housing and victims of human trafficking.
Yeah,
So
we are also housing, human trafficking there as well, and sometimes in the hotels as well. And we are working with everybody from FBI to Homeland Security and things like that, too, with human trafficking.
And it's a very difficult thing to try to keep a human trafficking victim safe without their trafficker finding out and applying more pressure. That is a very ugly situation, and we find a lot of victims in that space that are told their families will be killed, their loved ones will be, and so there's a huge amount of isolation and threats that are made. Turning Point helps to bridge and stop that and connect them to healthier relationships and put them in contact with counselors, and also just to physically keep them safe while you're trying to administer those services. So well done there, and thank you for your work with the human trafficking, anti-human trafficking effort in the county.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Domingue?
Just want to say Turning Point does a great job. Your SANE program is excellent.
I was going to mention that.
Yeah,
we partner,
I
too,
work with that
CARE.
closely, but yeah, your SANE program is an excellent program. Your nurses, Sage and Christine, I work closely with, so excellent. I'm glad we can
I
help
just
you
saw
out.
them today. Yes, they're wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another applicant? Floor is yours.
Good evening, Supervisor and trustees and audience. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Jennifer, and I am the Development Director for Maggie's Wigs for Kids in Michigan. We are a local grassroots 501c3 nonprofit organization that started 21 years ago by Miss Maggie, our founder and CEO, when she met a child who had cancer and needed help with a wig, and there was nowhere they could go. And I'm honored to say that we have been able to be of service to about 5,300 Michigan children since Miss Maggie opened those doors 21 years ago. And we currently have about 20 Chesterfield families that have benefited from our services here. We provide custom-made wigs and support services, so the children are able to come in whether they have cancer or any other disorder, and they can request a beautiful wig that looks like either the hair they lost or a different hairstyle that they prefer. And that's how we start. We start on the outside, helping them with a lot of the appearance-related side effects of treatment, and then we start working on the inside. So with our support programming, we have counseling services for the child and their entire family. We have nutrition and fitness to help them be part of their own well-being. We have skin, nail care, and makeup services to help them with any other appearance-related challenges that they're going through. We also offer oncology massage. We have a raised therapy garden where they can go outside, be in nature, and grow their own herbs and veggies as part of their nutrition classes. We have an enchanted tea room. That's a lot of fun. We have many parties there for the kids, especially end of chemo, birthday, graduation celebration, whatever special occasion they have that they want to celebrate with their loved ones, they can do so in our safe facility at our Wellness Center in St. Clair Shores. This last year, we also expanded our services. You're probably familiar with some of the things I've just told you about, but we now have VR for kids. This is really cool. Virtual reality for children. So what we can do is offer a headset. You've probably been familiar with the MetaQuest or the Oculus headsets that you've seen in the news. We now have those, and we're able to give them to the kids. What's great is that they can take it home, they can take it to the hospital when they're undergoing treatment, and it helps them with pain management, meditation, and relaxation. And I have to say, I have been coming before you for many years now, probably about 10 years, on behalf of Miss Maggie, and I've been with her program about 13. About a year ago, I became a parent that needed help. My daughter got diagnosed with Ewing's sarcoma bone cancer. I had no idea, putting on that hat, all the wonderful resources that she would be able to benefit from through Maggie's Wigs for Kids, including the VR for Kids program. So I do encourage you, if you know a kid that needs help out there, please refer them. Everything is free. We charge nothing. We help everybody. We turn no one away. You know, if you know a family, please send them right over. We help children who are burn survivors, kids with blood disorders, dog bites. We have kids with special needs, and the special needs cause hair loss. So whatever the reason is, any medical reason, if they're between 3 and 18 in Michigan, we support them. We give them the wig, and we give them all of these support services. And if they don't want a wig, that's okay too. They can still benefit from all that support programming at our Wellness Center. So we do currently have funding available from Chesterfield. We have about $1,000 for this current cycle. We have a young lady from your community who's likely to come in April because she's due for a new wig. So we plan to expense that out. So we are asking for about $1,200 for the coming cycle because there's been an increase in the wig costs, but we are grateful for any amount you're willing to give. And if you want to volunteer your time, we welcome you. If you want to tour our Wellness Center, you're always welcome to do that as well, or donate hair. We always need it to make the wigs for the children. So I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Questions on the board? Your history is well documented here.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions from the board. I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, one more applicant? I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Warnock, and I'm a volunteer coordinator at Interfaith Volunteer Caregivers. With the number of older adults in Macomb County rapidly increasing, the need for support services due to frailties of age, chronic health conditions, or disabilities, as well as lack of assistance due to changing family structures, is growing dramatically and will continue to do so well into the future. For over 30 years, our organization has been providing free, basic assistance to hundreds of frail, older, and physically challenged adults, helping them remain safely in their homes with the help of hundreds of volunteers. This assistance has been helping older and disabled adults with transportation, chores, respite breaks, errands, and loneliness. These opportunities provide fulfilling experiences for those who wish to volunteer, as well as support for those in need. The CDBG Safe at Home project of IVC is part of our larger chore and repair program for older adults. The project was developed to provide additional chore and repair services in communities that allocate funding for this purpose. Safe at Home allows low to moderate income seniors and physically challenged adults with indoor and outdoor chores, minor home repairs, and routine housekeeping. We identify individuals who cannot do these tasks for themselves and with limited resources, and prioritize those with the greatest need. We are requesting the CDBG funds to increase the number of low-income citizens we can reach to grow our program, as well as to coordinate the volunteers who do these services. IVC provides over 20,000 hours of help over all of its services to nearly 500 people in need each year. Although we have not been granted CDBG funding in Chesterfield Township in recent years, we still have been helping a number of Chesterfield Township residents with these types of projects so that they can remain safely in their home, including 15 last year. If we are granted these funds for the 2024-25 program year, we will be able to increase the number of projects we complete in the community. The appreciation for the assistance is heartwarming from seniors such as Dave, whose porch we repaired so that he was safely able to take his wheelchair-bound wife to the doctor. A senior who had a tree fall in her yard after a storm which required 12 hours of volunteer assistance to clear. And Lorraine, whose wheelchair was causing holes in the walls. Not only did that volunteer fix the holes, but he came up with a solution to prevent them from happening further. Other examples of help in the program may be replacing locks, washing windows, raking leaves, routine housekeeping, and installing smoke alarms. With the CDBG funding, this project can continue to grow, and assistance can be granted to a variety of lower-income Chesterfield Township senior citizens and disabled adults. Thank you to the Board of Trustees for your consideration. Any dollar amount granted would be greatly appreciated in our program, and we hope to continue to partner with you going forward. If anyone here tonight knows of any seniors who might use our services and could use some assistance, or are looking to give the gift of time as a volunteer, please let us know by calling our office or visiting our website at www.ivcinfo.org. Thank you. Can I answer any questions for you?
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Any questions from the board?
John, speaker of Chesterfield Township, I want to thank all the organizations and groups that came here tonight, starting with Care House, Turning Point. We had Wigs for Kids, and the last young lady that just spoke for CDBG funds. They're all great organizations. I support all these organizations, and I'm asking the board to do the right thing and give them the allocated funds that they ask for. So let's not shortcut any of these organizations. They're doing great work for not just our community, but for other communities in the surrounding areas. But most important, I mean, these are, individuals in need that need the help. So, I mean, there's been funds allocated for sewer lines and other things that weren't justified, in my opinion. This is a justified cause. It's a good cause. And as a community, we need to step up and we need to do our part as a community. So we need to come together on this, and we need to support all these organizations and give them the money that they ask for. So again, I heard Treasurer Elliott say that she went to the Care House event, and it sounded like she was pretty impressed with the event that she went to. So, I would expect, the Care House asked for $10,800, and I notice on item A it says $7,000. So I'm asking for these figures to be revised and give the individuals that asked for the amount of money, because again, prices have increased. It costs to make the wigs and, keep these places up and going have increased. So again, I ask, as a community, let's come together, do the right thing, and give these individuals and great organizations the money they ask for. Thank you.
Any other comments? Any other comments? Entertain a motion to close the public hearing at 8:04.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Clerk Barry? Support. Supported by Trustee Joseph. Clerk Barry, call the roll.
Clerk Barry, aye. Trustee Joseph. Aye. Trustee Anderson. Aye. Trustee Demink. Aye. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 10, regular agenda. When you're ready, Clerk Barry.
Item 10A is a recommendation to approve the allocation of the 2024 Community Block Grant CDBG Public Service Funds as follows. Chesterfield Senior Programming, $12,500. Care House, $7,000. Turning Point, $2,000. Wigs for Kids, $1,000. McRest, $1,000. For a CDBG Public Service Funds total of $23,500.
Mr. Supervisor,
Trustee Joseph.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to make a motion to approve the CDBG Public Service Funds in the following way. I would motion and ask for support for the following amounts. Care House, $10,800. The Interfaith Volunteer Caregivers at $1,480. Macomb County Rotary Emergency Shelter, McRest, $1,890. Maggie's Wigs for Kids at $1,200. Turning Point at $5,000. And the remaining amount, in order to make the $23,500 work, I think I need to remove $370, so $2,630 to the Senior Chore Program. And if my
There's a motion by Trustee Joseph. Did you get those, Clerk Barry?
If my math is correct, that totals $23,500.
One more time, David.
Sorry?
If you want to read it one
Sure.
more time, so we can have a...
It's basically the exact dollar amount that was asked for in the executive summary, but I'm asking that we have Care House, $10,800, Interfaith, $1,480, McRest, $1,890, Maggie's Wigs for Kids, $1,200, Turning Point, $5,000, and the final Senior Chore Program would be $2,630 for a grand total of $23,500, if I added that right.
Yes.
A motion by Trustee Joseph to amend it as read. Comments from, is there support for that motion?
I would support that.
Supported by Clerk Barry. Is there discussion from the board? Treasurer, Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. A question on the last item given, is that for the interfaith? Is that what, Trustee Joseph?
I'm sorry?
The chore service?
So
Is that through for interfaith?
Interfaith was a separate entry.
Okay.
That was $1,480.
All right, so,
Senior Chore was $3,000,
right.
which
and, okay, this money, thank you for the clarification. I don't support the motion because this is money that's given to the township for township services. Our senior director has looked at that and has determined that we can benefit, our residents can benefit from that, and therefore I can't support this motion because it leaves out the Chesterfield Township. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Comments from the board? Trustee Joseph.
I would just point out, I'm not proposing that the senior go without the 12,500, but CDBG monies are very heavily restricted in terms of what they can be used for. So the organizations that come forward, I think, from a stewardship standpoint, do a far better job than we do in terms of managing the limited resources they have. If 92 cents of every dollar goes directly to victims in need, and we have the ability to make up the 12,500 in our general fund, I think that we could do that and still support the residents. So all we're really doing is deciding where the block grant money goes, which is designated for the good of the community. And we heard from organizations that I think make a very compelling argument for the good of the community. And instead of shorting them by taking 12,500 off the top for township functions, we have it, certainly the way we spend money around here, we can find 12,500 for the replacement of the CDBG grant money. We can't do it the other way. We couldn't take general fund money and give it to Maggie's or Turning Point or any of these other organizations because it would be improper. But what we can do is replace that money with just a simple budget amendment and reallocate the 12,500. The money is there. The CDBG money is very, very limited. And to turn away, I think this is the 5th year in a row that a representative from Interfaith has come forward. We've never given them a dime, yet they continue to service our residents, and they do it in a much more efficient way than we seem to be able to spend money. So I think the least we could do is earmark the government money for organizations that actually spend it wisely. Thank you.
Any further comments from the board? Any questions? My comments are, Michelle, thank you very much for the presentation. I know there's a lot of work that goes into this, and I know it's historical. I'll support the motion as stated, but it will also make up your programming funds that takes away from the seniors. And again, participation is a big thing. So there's a motion by Trustee Joseph, supported by Clerk Berry, to appropriate the funds as was described. You have those in your notes?
We have that.
Would you like to read them off again, or are we good?
I can.
Totally up to you.
Care House, 10,800. Interfaith, 1,480. McRest, 1,890. Wigs for Kids, 1,200. Turning Point, 5,000. And the senior, what did you call it, David?
1480.
Senior Chore.
Yep,
Senior Chore
1480.
Program, $2,630 for a total of $23,580.
Thank you. Clerk Berry, call the roll.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
No.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item B.
Item B is approval of a special event application for Dearborn Firefighters Burn Drive Bass Battle on Saturday, July 20th, 2024.
So moved.
Trustee Demink, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Is the applicant here for his presentation? This is Director Wood.
Sure. The applicant did have plans to be here. His schedule has changed, so he was not able to be here tonight. But just from the Parks and Rec point of view, they did host this event last year, their Burn Drive tournament. We had last year for the first time at Brandenburg Park. They've hosted the event for years previous in other parks. We had no problem with them, and it was an excellent use of park space.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? A motion by Trustee Demink, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve item 10B. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 10C.
Item 10C is to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of rezoning number 369 to rezone 2.45 acres of land from C3 General Commercial to RM2 Multifamily, located on Cotton Road west of I-94. Parcel ID number 0920153008.
There a motion to approve?
So moved.
Supported by Supervisor Kersten. Mr. Palin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. This was in front of you before. It was a tie vote, so it was placed back on the agenda. So if there's any questions, any further questions, I can answer them. Other than that.
Thank you. Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, since you led off with that, I'd like to know that answer too, because it wasn't, there's tie vote is one way of saying it, but in any motion, there's a required affirmative votes that are of the majority to pass an item. When the item does not secure a majority vote, the item failed. So tie is I guess it was 3-3, but in our world, if there's not majority support, the item fails. And I don't know why we have this item back on the agenda immediately after it failed. And so can we maybe start off the discussion with an understanding of why we're back?
Counselor, would you like to address it?
Well, we've discussed this before. We've had two prior items within the last, I don't know, 6 or 8 months where we've had tie votes. And it's certainly not a motion for reconsideration. Dave is exactly correct that a motion that is a tie, the motion fails. So this was a requested rezoning. The vote was 3-3. There was not a majority of the board that agreed to rezone the property, so the rezoning failed. On the other hand, we had two prior occasions, as I said, in the last 6 or 8 months, where there was a tie vote. We brought it back when we had a full board, and the board took action on it. Your rules of procedure do not address tie votes. I have suggested to the supervisor and maybe others that you ought to take a look at revising your rules of procedure to deal with this so that we don't have this continuing issue come up again. But remember, these rules are your rules. This is not state law. These are rules that you promulgate. If you decide that a tie vote is a failure of the action item to pass and you don't want to bring it back, that's fine. But on the other hand, if you think that the applicant is entitled to a full board, you have the ability, these are your rules, you certainly can bring it back and vote when you have a 7-member board. But that's up to you. Your rules don't deal with it. But again, you've had two prior occasions where you've done exactly the same thing and the board voted on it.
Thank you, sir.
I think I understand.
Trustee Joseph?
I'm sorry. Thank you for allowing me to continue. I think I understand basically the argument for why is it doesn't violate any Open Meetings Act or state law. This is simply our protocol, which is sort of silent on the issue of ties, and the opinion is that we have a full board and we can, in essence, break the tie. But the trouble that I have with this and the two previous are the following. When we have residents come continually to the podium and they talk about a stranglehold, a 4-vote lock on certain agenda items, and then one of the 4 is on vacation, I would appreciate maybe if we just don't take up that issue because it's a waste of everyone's time. The residents that were here, the debate that we had, it was really just, in my opinion, an exercise in futility, because it's as if the necessary votes weren't here. Well, we'll slide it. We'll try to get it through, and if not, we'll just wait until our 4th vote returns. And that's been a criticism that people continually come to the podium with, and I don't think we're doing anything except continuing that and promoting that. It's troubling. We hear it over and over again, and I know that the response is typically to disparage and call people naysayers, but we're getting more and more people, and they're wondering, why do you vote on something? People are on vacation, it fails, and then the people come back from vacation. It's a pattern. I brought it up this summer, and the issue involving agenda items that go into, like, agenda item M when we have a full board, and agenda items that have only a few. People take vacations, they're sometimes gone for an entire month, and it gets very difficult to conduct business if we have to do everything twice. On the specifics of your letter, Mr. Palin, I'm not going to rehash the arguments and the concerns that I expressed regarding the traffic and the increased congestion. The use of the word transitional now is according to the letter, commonplace. This is often how we describe transitional, but really what you're doing is you're taking a commercial property and you're creating greater density in a 2.5 acre space that I think cannot really afford an additional density. And how you'll get 17 units in there, you know, is a mystery to me. But the letter that you wrote really was difficult for me, because it seemed like, and I don't know if it's how you felt when you wrote it, but I feel bad for some of the department heads in the positions that you're put in. It looked like a propaganda hostage letter. You know, like you're forced to put forward information that you already put forward. We already considered all of that, and yet you come back with a letter that restates everything that we voted on in the last meeting. And I just don't understand this. Please, if you're going to go on vacation and we think let's just wait until you get back. There's no sense in doing it twice. And when residents can call it out and they say, oh, they'll just bring it back, and I said, no, that's not how and it's back. It really does a disservice to our legitimacy, and I just don't know how to say it enough ways. It's very ugly, and it doesn't need to go this way. It's a giant waste of time to do these twice. If you're on vacation, maybe just leave that agenda item off until you come back, and then you guys work it out and put your 4 votes when it actually counts, because otherwise, waste. Sorry.
Do you want to address the issue of Planning Commission's approval?
As far as what was in the letter?
Was approved, yes.
Yeah, the Planning Commission held the public hearing. They considered all those items. They unanimously voted to recommend approval. Yeah, the items that are listed in there.
Is it?
Their motion is in there.
Mr. Supervisor, just to understand, I didn't hear you. Did you say it was consistent or inconsistent?
Asked him if it was consistent with the master plan.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to make sure I heard that right.
Yeah, so their reasons for approval were based on it's consistent with the area and blends well with the R1C, one-family residential zoning district immediately south of this parcel, and no adverse impact on traffic. Cotton Road is planned as higher traffic level road. That's from their motion.
Thank you. Clerk Berry, you had something?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I didn't make too many statements last time, but a board member asked me today, you know, normally you vote in favor of these things, why did you vote against it? And I felt it was necessary to clarify why. What I tend to be stuck on is in the recommendations and the findings, summary of findings from Giffords-Webster, which is our firm that's been retained to advise Planning Commission. The item that I'm most concerned about is their answer to number 4. Is the proposed zoning district and potential land uses compatible with surrounding uses? The answer is the proposed zoning district of RM2 is not compatible with the uses along Cotton Road and the existing single-family residences to the south. It does say that it may be a good transition, but that it's not compatible. So that's consistent with the conversation that I had with Treasurer Elliott earlier today when we discussed it. And she asked a very logical question, wanted to know what my thoughts were. And I said to her at that time, I thought that single family would be more appropriate of a use, or even keeping the commercial since it's adjacent to a commercial parcel. So I just didn't feel that the multifamily made a lot of sense on that particular parcel. So I would really like to see it developed, and if it were to be rezoned to single family, which would be consistent with the property to the, would that be the east of it? And then if it stays commercial, then it's consistent to the property adjacent to its west. Also commercial across the street to its north. So when I look at the contiguous property surrounding this particular site, I just don't feel that multifamily makes a whole lot of sense here. Thank you.
Any further questions? Anything you want to address, Jonathan? Add to that?
No, I don't know there's anything that's, the applicant is here, so if there's questions for the applicant. Again, you know, this was, and the reason for my letter is trying to, you know, sometimes it can be taken for granted that the board is a part of the public hearing process and know all the discussion that goes into it. So I was just trying to provide some additional clarification that it's not always as, you know, simple as reading it off a piece of paper, but there is a lot of thought that goes into it and reasons behind decisions, so.
Thank you, appreciate that. Treasurer Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. How many parking spaces are normally required in a development like that?
For multifamily? I believe it's 1.5 spaces for every 2 bedrooms. I believe.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure on that, but that's pretty typical in that range.
So if it's 15 units, is that what you're saying that would be?
Yeah, so it would depend on how many.
25 spaces?
Yeah, usually it's, you know, 1 for every 2 bedrooms, then a half for that provides your visitor spaces. But it depends on how they'd be built for 1-bedroom units, 2-bedroom units, 3-bedroom units. So it could range in that, you know, 25 to 35, somewhere in there.
Okay, and so if it stayed commercial, how many spaces would be required for that? Same if it was developed commercial?
Depending on the user, on the high end, it would be 1 space per every 150 square feet of floor area. I think restaurants are 1 to 100, and then depending if it's like a specialty shop, they may be a little bit lower, like 1 to 250 or 1 to 350. So depending on the size of the building, you know, it gets up there pretty quick.
So in that particular space, what would be normally the size of the building?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. So at 2.5 acres, you would be looking at, you know, essentially your west 50 feet, or I'm sorry, that would be whatever side the residential is on, that wouldn't be west. You'd have an additional setback there, so it's hard to say. I don't know if the applicant has done any concepts with fitting retail on there and what that would look like.
Right.
But something like that, you could typically get a restaurant on there. So you take your standard restaurant, how many spaces they have, I mean, it's usually 50 or so.
So do we actually have anything like a commercial space that actually has an address on Cotton Road over there? Or there's Rite Aid and that's on Gratiot? Their address is on Gratiot.
Yeah,
and
maybe
Huntington Bank and Comerica Bank, Kohl's, those are all Gratiot addresses, correct?
Yeah, the gas station at Jefferson, I'm not sure if that's a Jefferson or Cotton address, but that would be.
So just
Probably close.
AT&T, right? So you have the Rite Aid, you have the AT&T building, you have this space, you have single-family homes, and then we have an apartment complex. And that apartment complex, do you know how large that is? And I apologize for not calling you earlier today or anything, giving you a heads up, and I'm asking all these math questions.
Yeah, we did look at it, you know, in a preliminary fashion, and that's what we came up with when you calculate a density, because we have a maximum density requirement. So maximum density that would be permitted would be 17 units. The applicant has done a concept sketch for that, but you know, we've talked about this with other rezonings. We don't typically get into the site plan too much because we're just looking at the zoning of the property. You can kind of start to get in a little bit of trouble if you start to get, you know, put the cart before the horse, but that's what the concept was 17 units, which would be the maximum allowed on that size property with the RM2 zoning district.
Okay, so we're looking at maybe 30 or 35 cars max would be in and out of that area. Is that correct? And then when they develop that, is that?
Yeah, I would say two per unit would be the maximum we would be looking at. And if they wanted to do anything additional, sometimes there is for like community mailboxes or something like that, but it wouldn't be a requirement.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. I live in that sub back in there. So, and we don't have any problems getting out of that sub. There's well, the biggest problem getting out of the subs over there would be the dip going into Waterside Marketplace, where you have to go about 3 miles an hour or you take out the bottom of your car. That's truly the biggest part. If you come out of Eagle's Nest, you're going to have some there. I think probably one of the difficulties in developing a commercial space off of there is you don't have, it's not a commercial traffic flow along there. Don't have that facing on Gratiot. So that's probably why that lot has been empty for a long time. So to me, and I don't know if you've looked at single family, and maybe you could talk about that if you've looked at single family, how it's a very small piece and it's kind of an odd shape. So has single family been considered?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked with the applicant, you know, probably almost going on 2 years now about this property. He's looked at everything from single family to commercial to, I mean, there was a use that could maybe even considered industrial. It was like commercial frontage with overhead doors in the back. We've talked about all the options, you know, and ultimately it's on the applicant to decide what they want to do. You know, they're the applicant, it's their property. We try to guide them, you know, with the answers that, you know, is best going to fit with, you know, what the master plan says, what the zoning says. Ultimately, they have to make that decision. You know, and whether, you know, single family works, you know, then you start getting into road widths. Can you get lots in there? How many lots can you get on 2.5 acres with a road to get access to all them lots? And whether that's, you know, that's irrelevant to the township and their decision making, but whether that's financially viable for the applicant, that's a decision they have to make. And if that consideration's been made, I don't know. But like I said, it's been probably about 2 years now we've been talking about it, so I'm sure there's been a lot of thought and consideration of what could go there.
Let me ask you, so is that how it's said, Vergotti? Okay, so Vergotti Drive is there, and that's really truly a problematic road because it's just kind of, so if there's a traffic study done in there, would the flow coming out of that Vergotti Drive, would that be part of that traffic study if it was done?
Yeah, typically the planning commission, if they want a traffic study, they'll do that at the site plan or special land use stage, and then they could be more specific on what they're looking for. It's typically done with larger developments and higher traffic developments is when they require it. So there really wasn't a discussion on a traffic study on this proposal, so. But typically, yes, they would look at, you know, all the intersections within a certain radius of a development.
Thank you, Jonathan, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing no further questions, I have a motion by trustee Domingue, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve item 10C. Clerk Berry? I'm sorry.
You gotta put some reasons in.
I'm sorry. The reasons for the approval would be that it is consistent with the master plan. It has been approved by planning and zoning. The proper public hearings have been adhered to, and the petitioner's request is valid. Anything else I missed?
Mr. Supervisor, I would ask you to revisit that language, and in terms of stating compliance with the master plan, it's not consistent. It says it, the note from the planner in September of '23 clearly states that it is not. You're talking about compatibility with surrounding areas, so I mean, I know you have your votes, but please restate your rationale, because it's not true.
Mr. Supervisor, I do apologize. That language is actually not in the, looks like it did not get in the executive summary, but it's on the first page from the November 21st Planning Commission meeting minutes, which is in your packet. I have a copy of it here if you want it, but it's the first, under item A on the items 1 and 2 are the reasonings from the Planning Commission.
talking what was read into the record, correct, at planning?
Yeah, I'll read it again.
Or do you want the supervisor to read it?
I don't have the page numbers on mine, sorry. Here.
Is consistent with the area blends well with R1C, one family residential zoning district immediately south of this parcel. No adverse impact on traffic. Cotton Road is planned as a higher density level road, and I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I will go back. There is a motion. Is there anything I left out that you'd like to hear? Okay, there's a motion by Trustee Demink, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve item 10C. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Nope.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, no.
Item 10D.
Item 10D is to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of rezoning number 370 to rezone 1.883 acres of land located on the northeast corner of 21 Mile Road and Sugarbush Road from R1B Residential One Family to O1 Professional Office, parcel ID number 1509294520001.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Demink. Is there any support? Supervisor Kersten. Mr. Palin.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. This one is right at the corner of Sugarbush and 21 Mile Road. Another one that's been vacant for a while. The applicant originally came in and applied to rezone to commercial, general commercial. There was a lot of residents that showed up and were opposed to that. The Planning Commission did end up recommending denial. The applicant then withdrew that application and came back with 01 on the corner and leaving 2 residential lots adjacent to the existing residential. So the public was a lot more in favor of that approach, as well as the Planning Commission, so they are recommending approval based on the proposal being consistent with the master plan, and the rezoning request is an extension of the adjacent properties and a significantly improved option than what was previously introduced.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Trustee Demink?
Do you want me to read the recommended action at the Planning
You
Commission?
can if you want. I was going to. You can.
All right. The Planning Commission is recommending approved based on the following. The proposal is consistent with the master plan, and the rezoning request is an extension of the adjacent properties, significantly improved option than what was previously introduced back in September.
Thank you. Further questions? Trustee Joseph?
Mr. Palin, would you say, professional opinion, that the rezoning of this particular property creates less density than the proposed, the previous proposed rezoning?
I mean, that's kind of a difficult hypothetical question to answer. I mean, a doctor's office could be fairly busy, or it could be something that's not as busy. It's hard to say.
Do you take anything? Do you take anything? Just maybe to ask it in a more direct. Do you take anything away from the public hearing of the two? I noticed that you mentioned them both. Did you glean from the public participation in the second meeting that they were much more willing to support the petitioner's request?
Yeah, in the office as opposed to commercial?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I think I misunderstood your question, but yes, they were very much opposed to the commercial. And then, I don't want to say they were, all in favor of this, but they weren't, objectionable to it as they were with the commercial.
These public hearings, typically, the complaints that you hear from residents about a proposed rezoning really seem to boil down to, handful of items: infrastructure strain, traffic, noise, and they're just generally quality of life complaints. Fair?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think in reading the notes on this, residents seem to be generally accepting of the concept of what a doctor's office or professional office would bring to their immediate community as opposed to the previously brought forward plan.
Yeah, I would, and, you know, to add to that, you know, the original proposal was the entire parcel to be
Sure.
rezoned, which now he's proposing leaving 2 75-foot lots that would kind of create a buffer from future development and the existing residential that's there, which is also you know, I'm sure beneficial to the residents.
Yeah, I would agree, and I appreciated the lead-in on this one with this is consistent with the master plan. There's no ambiguity, there's not a consistent with the master plan-ish type asterisk, you know, like it's consistent with the surrounding area. If the master plan means something and we're consistent with the master plan, I'm always going to be in favor of a less dense rezone that the neighbors and the public supports. The ones that are difficult for me are not consistent with the master plan, but we say consistent with the surrounding area, and we add asterisk after asterisk, but it's better than, and then I think one resident even referred to it as a list of boogeyman type things. I like this proposal because it follows that outline, you know, and when the residents are getting a less dense rezone, there's no wonder that they would support that. So, thank you.
Trustee Domingue.
On the first one, Trustee Joseph, there was a lot of objection to all the office. So that's why that one went down at planning. When the developer came up with 2 lots. One's got a driveway off Sugarbush, the other one's got the driveway off 21 Mile. They're going to back up to the existing residential because the property does not go all the way through to Anchor Drive. So then the office building will be abut up to the two new residential lots that are going to be backed up to the houses there that run off of Sugarbush, and then the ones that run off Anchor. That's how he split it up. And
no, it was very nice work. Sorry to speak out of turn, but it was very nice work and very creative work done by planning on this one, I think. So.
All right, I just figured I'd let you know how that one went.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Clerk Barry?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Just to be safe, I feel the need to disclose that the applicant and I do share a family member. I don't know if he's aware of that, but I know who he is. So just in good form, I wanted to disclose that. We do not know each other very well, however, but we do share a family connection. I would be willing to recuse myself if the board felt that that was appropriate. Otherwise, I'm prepared to vote on this item.
I don't have an issue with you voting on it. Yeah. There is a motion by Trustee Domingue, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve item 10D. Clerk Barry.
Trustee Domingue.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye.
Item 10E.
Item 10E is to approve a recommendation to submit an application to the Michigan Natural Resources Trust Fund 2024 application through Resolution 2024-02 with expenditure not to exceed $240,000.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Is there any support? Trustee Vosberg. So just a point of reference, this is the parcel that we discussed in closed session back in October, where the township was approached by the property owner of 2 parcels that wanted to sell them completely. One of the issues that we're addressed with or faced with is seeking funding through the DNR is that you have to have a resolution from the board. It is capped. I'm stealing your thunder. Michelle, go ahead.
You're all set, go for it.
Nope.
So the intention of this purchase is to create a recreational use space. There will be no development beyond standard walking paths and passive recreational use. As you can see on the map on the board, it's a connectivity piece. And so there's a large portion that'll be attached to that Salt River Nature Preserve that is the existing township-owned property. It also provides an excellent pathway all the way through to Jefferson, where you can go right across the street to Brandenburg Park and have that lake access as well. There are several species of plants and animals that are actually within this parcel that butt up to the Salt River Nature Preserve as well. And they would have more free use of the space, which is always nice to help in the greenery and keep that green space of Chesterfield alive. Like I said, walking paths, maybe some trails in there, additional benches, but nothing beyond a passive recreational space. So this grant funding would provide the opportunity to purchase that land, as well as the bonus piece that we get, which right behind Kroger, in case you need a point of reference on that. But both parcels are included in this purchase. Initial sale is looking for an $800,000 in total for the grant funding. So when we go to apply for the grant, of course, we are one of many applicants, and so we are not guaranteed to get the grant funding. But this is an approval for that application for us to go in for it. Of that $800,000, we would be matching 30%, which is a total for the township's contribution of $240,000 in contribution. If the appraisal comes back as less than that $800,000 that they are requesting, of course, our match would go with that and be a smaller number, lower than the $240,000.
And again, I want to be very clear, we have not entered into any purchase agreement. We have not discussed numbers. We are simply asking, showing the DNR the property and letting them know that this opportunity exists for us. Any discussion from the board? Trustee Anderson.
Thank you. Oh, first thing I understand might be some wetland there, whether there is or not. I'm going to have faith in what our former township treasurer, Mr. LaFata, said, that these parcels generate $15,000 in revenue. Township, if somehow took it off the hands, we would take those properties off the tax revenue. And the idea that, yes, I know it's kind of a utopian exercise here, if we're still committing $240,000, $250,000 that, I mean, we've had a tremendous spendemic this year on this board, and to tie up that money, which even on the agenda item is, there's no money there in the event we get it, I can't support it. Thank you.
Just for clarity, this isn't an expenditure. This is just a number on paper based on what the number is, so we're not asking to expend. Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, just to clarify that, though, and not a trick question in any way, the ask tonight is for the fee associated with the application for a grant, which we anticipate could be in the neighborhood ballpark of $800K.
The total grant funding for this project for the acquisition could be the $800,000.
So
our match of that is the 25%, or I'm sorry, the 30% of that, which is the $240,000.
Yes.
What this request is us putting in the application saying that we would make those funds available if we were to be chosen as the recipient of the grant money.
So, thank you for clarifying that, but the $37,500 just gets you an opportunity to pitch the property, in essence, that if the grant is denied, we get our application fee back?
There is no application fee at all.
What
if we are awarded, then we get the $240,000 is our match to the grant. That's what we would have to match for it. If we are not awarded funds, no funds would be dispersed.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the next agenda item. There is no cost associated with the grant application.
That is correct.
Correct?
Correct.
And if you're approved, then the expectation would be that you're going to expend the $240,000.
Correct.
Yes?
Correct.
So if you vote, I think if you vote to approve the application, we'll get another opportunity to vote on the 30% match on whatever the ultimate number is. But why would you go forward and vote yes on an application if you're not certain that you have the resources to spend? And that's the trick bag that I think we're in, because it sounds great on the front end. Hey, it's a free application to see if we can get 70% of an $800,000 project. That's one way of presenting it. The other was, be careful what you wish for, because now you got to come up with $250,000. And I like the concept and the connectivity. I think at some point we're going to have a discussion about how we fund all of these free things. Because even if we got the 100% acquisition fee and we didn't have a 30% match, you still have to maintain the property. And I don't know where we're getting the money for the ideas that we have with Parks and Rec. And I've said it before, I believe Parks and Rec are very vital to our community. And I'm one vote of 40-some thousand residents. Maybe what we do is we go to the residents and we say, if you're really interested in all of these wonderful things, this is what it would cost to maintain it, and we're gonna tax you accordingly. And here's the millage that it would cost to maintain all of these wonderful ideas. Doing it the other way seems a little disingenuous to me, in that we're basically funding these out of the general fund. And I don't see any analytics or any assessments done to indicate how we maintain the property that we're acquiring and the property that we want to acquire. There's millions of dollars on the table for acquisitions to Parks and Rec, which is a department that's dependent on the general fund. At some point, we got to be honest and say, where does the money come from to maintain these? So it's not a free shot. It is a commitment, if you get it, to $240,000. I don't see where we can continue to make these massive purchases, millions of dollars, and maintain them all. That's going to be quite difficult. So maybe it's time to really talk about what it costs to have a Parks and Rec like the one that some of our leaders want to have, I want to have. How do we fund it? It is a legitimate question, and maybe we go to our residents, our bosses, and ask them first before we spend their money. Just a thought.
Any further comments from the board? Any further comments? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve item 10E. Clerk Barry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Yes.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Nope.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Barry. Aye.
Item 10F.
Item 10F is to approve a recommendation to submit an application to the 2024 Michigan Recreation Passport Grant Program through Resolution 2024-03 with an expenditure of funds not to exceed $37,500.
So for this grant, this one's out of the Michigan Recreation Grant Fund Program, so still through the Michigan DNR, just a different version of funding. This one would be utilized for renovation and improvements to Pollard Park baseball diamonds, which desperately need it, dugouts, backstop, as well as field drainage, which is a continual problem. Funding specifically for improvements of the established fields, it'll impact the current and future use of the park, especially for those who are in the baseball community, as well as those who are future to use this space. To do more with what we were requesting, we are choosing to go for the full grant amount, so the cap of this match is the $150,000. The grant can be awarded for any amount, so even if we ask for $150,000, the grant committee could come back and say, great presentation, great application, we're gonna give you $50,000, and then here's your percentage match from that. So we do not know that answer until they award it. The award for this Michigan Recreation Passport Grant comes out in December of 2024, and so this will be a 2025 expenditure if we are chosen to be a recipient of the grant. But again, we are a match for this one, so it is a maximum allocation, like I said, for $150,000. The township's required 25% match is a total of $37,500 in community from the Chesterfield Township. The match of that number can be in any amount of either general fund money, in-kind donations or labor costs, as well as a sponsorship funding, a gift funding could be part of it as well.
I forgot to get a motion for this one, 10F. Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve 10F. Is there support?
Second.
Clerk Berry, thank you. Questions from the board? Trustee Joseph.
Ms. Anderson, just to be clear, this is a little bit different than the last grant application in that the money that you're seeking in the grant has, in essence, already been earmarked for the diamonds, and we have to maintain that park, and the proposed work over the next several years is already sort of a necessary expenditure. This grant would really offset what we anticipate spending in the coming years with the opportunity to do it 75% off, assuming the grant full amount is approved. So if we get the 150, 150 of money we were already planning to spend now turns into 37,500 if everything goes great.
Correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any further questions from board? Trustee Anderson.
Yeah, this is something I think beneficial to the majority of the community. If you have children, I miss pre-COVID days when you had the little t-ball leagues and the parade, and literally hundreds of kids and parents out there. And this is an expenditure, well, no, I don't look at it that way. It's good seed money that's beneficial to our entire community, not just if you happen to own a boat, you go to Brandenburg, I don't know how many do that. And the money we spend over there for the boaters. This benefits, my feeling, it benefits virtually our entire community.
Any further questions? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry to approve item 10F. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Yes.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott. Aye.
Item 10G.
Item 10G is to approve a recommendation by Public Services to award engineering design services to Spalding DeDecker for Stonehenge Detention Basin restoration in the amount of $27,505.86.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Is there any support? Support. Trustee Vosberg. I'll let you start. Thank you, Mitch.
Good evening. Back in the 1990s, the township agreed to operate and maintain 6 residential detention ponds and the pumping systems. On this map right here is 3 of them, 3 of the ponds that the township maintains. Karen, do you have the other? Nope. There's another 3 subdivisions similar to this south of 21 Mile Road that the township also operates and maintains. Annually, the maintenance has been that the residents have paid for is the electricity cost for the pumps, the F&O department mows as much as they can on the upper bank, and then DPS keeps the pumps operating and replaces them as necessary. This proposal is to bring the pond, and I should say we selected this pond first because those blue pin marks are actual residents who reported flooding. So of the 6 ponds that we operate, this district had the highest report of flooding. So that's why we selected this one first. And then this proposal would be to bring the pond back to its original condition, which would mean dewatering the station, excavating, removing all the trees and debris, excavating it back to its original side slopes and capacity, and then resodding it. Because it is a special assessment district, the project has to be publicly bid and awarded. So this proposal is for Spalding to prepare bidding documents to get us to that point to receive public bids. The estimate was, we actually prepared estimates for all 6 ponds. The township prepared the estimates for the pond restoration. Spalding, their fee would be 10% of the awarded amount. So if this number comes in lower, if the project goes that far and this number comes in lower, their fee would be adjusted down accordingly.
Again, just further background on this, when we had the July-August flooding, The DPS crew began to take a look at anything and everything that we were responsible for to make sure that nothing was failing. Obviously, that rain event was overwhelming. And in the areas that the township had opportunities to take a look at and try and mitigate this should it happen in the future. Obviously, we reached out to the Macomb Drain Commission. We've partnered with them. We are now doing this on the retention detention ponds, every single one of them that we have had historically. This is one of the, again, an older one. As Mitch had said, there has been annual, regularly scheduled maintenance to it, but obviously over the course of 30-plus years, a deeper dive should be looked at, should be evaluated, see if we can't return it to original specs. And literally, this is just the first step in it. There will be a public information meeting once we secure the bids for what the actual cost is, and obviously keep the residents in that district informed as to what direction and what we find when it comes to moving this forward. So, any questions from the board? Trustee Anderson.
Yes. Was there any bid process involved in this?
Bid process for the actual construction or the engineering design?
So this is Spalding DeDecker's our contract vendor right now. We just utilize them to create those bid documents and go out. If that's what I think that's what you're asking.
Trustee Anderson, we have not received bids for the actual construction. To receive the bids, we need to, is my time up? To receive the bids, we need to prepare bid documents, so all the contractors are bidding from the same document. It needs to be publicly read and allowed, and if it goes that far, it would follow the normal special assessment process where there's 2 public hearings held at the board level.
Trustee Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. That's our sidewalk people, right? Our contractors take care of the sidewalks too, Spalding DeDecker?
Yes, Spalding DeDecker does, generally speaking, our road projects. They did Rose Lawn, Edgewater. They did the front parking lot here, and they do the sidewalk gap program and the removal replacement program.
Trustee Joseph.
The question that I had was, in your presentation, you said the 27,000 is consistent with projected cost, in essence, that if the cost were to come down, then the fee would come down proportionally. But I didn't know that the 10% is attached to the total project. The cost of the project is Spalding DeDecker bases their fee schedule on a 10% of the total project, correct?
Yeah, and it's not just Spalding DeDecker. The other 2 consultants do that also, OHM and AEW.
10% is the number?
Nope. The bigger the job, the percentage goes down. So for reference, OHM just did the Northeast Sanitary Sewer job, and it was roughly $5 million. Their fee for that was 6%. But if the job is smaller, like 100,000, the percentage usually goes up because there are certain fixed hard costs that every company has to go through. But within our contract, and every contract that we receive bid documents, the consulting engineering firms are adjusted based to the as awarded amount.
Is there a breakdown somewhere, and I don't want to get too far aside from this project, is there a breakdown somewhere where you could email me that fee schedule? Because I looked at the original QBS, and I'm very confused as to how we got to a 10% marker on a bid fee. So it just seems like they attached, I think, a pretty exorbitant fee to the sidewalks, and now 10%, and I don't see that anywhere. But you're saying that it's graduated based on the size of the project?
Correct.
Okay.
And the type of the project. We just awarded a lining job to AEW, which doesn't require survey work. It doesn't require a lot of the work that this job would require, so that percentage. And again, in 2018, when we awarded the contracts to the 3 consultants, they all had fee schedules based on the type of, water main replacement, paving job.
Yeah.
And associated with this was the size of the job and then the percentage. There's tables from all three consultants.
Yeah, I remember that. I just don't remember seeing the 10%, but if that's what it is, that's what it is. And then the other question I had, Mr. Supervisor, I've heard you use this language a lot when you're talking about stormwater, and you say detention, retention ponds. They're dramatically different. Our troubles right now seem to be with detention ponds, specifically, maintenance of pumps and debris and things that fill. But a retention versus detention they're two different projects. No, one is in essence a dry pond, and then the other is, we're holding the water. So how many? This project is a detention basin. How many retention basins do we have that we're looking at in concert with this project?
There is 6 ponds, residential ponds. They're all detention ponds. They all temporarily store a rain event.
Yeah.
And then the pumps pump them dry and wait for the next rain event.
Okay.
But what's happened over time is, the water hits the subdivision, it goes into basins, and then it's piped to the pond. Sometimes you lose soil that's piped into the pond, so the pond itself probably isn't at its original design capacity.
I see. Thank you.
And just for your clarity, try to use the language that's used in the original SAD language and resolutions that are set up. So that's where that comes from. Thank you.
Okay with that. I just didn't understand, because when you say on this project, you said retention, detention pond, and there's a big difference.
I'm trying to use the historical language and also the current language. So.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve item 10G. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott. Aye. Clerk Berry. Aye.
Item 10H.
Item 10H is to approve a recommendation from Public Services to authorize Supervisor Kersten to execute the cost share agreement between Macomb County Department of Roads and Chesterfield Township for the Jefferson Avenue pathway from Sutton Road to Meldrum Drain.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Is there support?
Support.
Treasurer Elliott. Mr. O'Connor, you want to go ahead?
This is another Spalding to Decker project. This is for the pathway that was approved. The overall pathway was approved earlier by the board. This is for phase 1, which would go from Sutton Road to the Meldrum Drain on Jefferson, and then start heading north towards Sugar Bush. A federal grant was applied for and received for 80%. The remaining 20% is typically split between the County Road Commission and the Township, so that's what this agreement reflects.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the board? Any questions from the board? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 10H. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Yes.
Treasurer Elliott. Aye. Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Clerk Berry. Aye.
Item 10I.
Item 10I is to approve a request by the Department of Public Safety to purchase furniture as part of the dispatch and sergeant's office area renovation project in the amount of $11,124.90.
So moved.
Supervisor Kersten, Trustee Demink, with support of Trustee Joseph. Director Bassett.
Thank you. This is a request for a purchase of furniture for the dispatch center, sergeant's office, as well as our cadet workstation. We included some diagrams and just a layout of what we were looking to do. We tried to incorporate existing furniture where we could. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? Trustee Joseph.
Director Bassett, this was an anticipated cost when you came and presented the dispatch construction project, you alerted us to the need for furniture. Is this consistent with the ballpark area where you planned on being to, properly outfit that dispatch center?
It is, and so far, the entire project, we have been running on budget. We haven't hit any unexpected costs, so we are on target.
Excellent, thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Any further questions? A motion by trustee Demink, supported by trustee Joseph, to approve item 10I. Clerk Berry?
Trustee Demink?
Aye.
Trustee Joseph?
Aye.
Trustee Anderson?
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg?
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott? Aye. Supervisor Kersten?
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 10J.
Item 10J is to approve a recommendation by the Department of Public Safety to purchase a used 2022 Sutphen, thank you, SLT 100 aerial ladder fire truck in the amount of $1,600,000. Accompanying this item is a corresponding request to approve a budget amendment increase of $1,600,000 in Department 336, and I'm seeking approval to sell the existing 1999 Sutphen 100-foot aerial ladder truck.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Is there support?
Support.
Trustee Demink. Director Bassett and Chief Miller.
This is a request to approve to finalize the negotiations for a purchase of a 2022 Sutphen 100-foot ladder truck for $1.6 million. This would replace our current 1997 Sutphen 100-foot ladder. We will work with legal to review the purchase agreement to make sure that everything's acceptable for all parties. And as you mentioned, we are also requesting a budget adjustment. The current capital improvement plan had this item for 2026, but that is based on the current buildup time of a 30 to 36 month lead time if we were to purchase this new. The current new build cost is between $2 million and $2.5 million. We see this as a significant savings as well as a significant both financially and time. We're requesting approval as well to sell the 1997 Sutphen at an estimated cost of $90,000 to $145,000. And we'll work with both local interested parties and a broker if that is necessary. If approved, we'll work with the Township Insurance Company, Decker Agency, as well to ensure proper coverage. I'd like to have Chief Miller speak. He actually went and inspected the vehicle and just kind of described that process for us.
Good evening. We do have a short video, which is a video I took at the scene, which is a walk around if you direct your attention to the screen here. One of the things to think about is this is part of the overall strategy of the fire department is to right-size our fleet. If the board remembers, in the past, we have sold 2 rescue trucks plus our 75-foot Quint ladder truck with the idea of downsizing to one piece of ladder apparatus such as this truck. This is the newest generation firefighting apparatus. The Holly Navarre Fire District in Florida has had it in service for just over a year. Chief Lewis and I have been in contact back and forth. We took a team out there who met. We spent about 2.5 hours going through the vehicle, taking a look at all the nuts and bolts, nooks and crannies on it. We found it to be in exceptional condition. It brings a lot of features that our old truck doesn't have for us and actually exceeds in certain things, like a bigger water capacity, a larger capacity in the platform, which is the bucket at the end of the ladder, that we could hold more people in the event we had to do a rescue off a roof or the balcony of an apartment building. It also has technical rescue capability with the Township Fire Department's newest entry into working with the county's technical rescue team. The boom on the ladder can work like a crane. We also have the ability to hold a stretcher on there if we had to evacuate someone off the roof, such as a contractor building one of the new factories or new buildings in the township. And other than that, it's just a roundabout fire apparatus that can do just about anything. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone has.
Chief, just some previous comments that were made. This was on our truck was on a replacement schedule anyways, and we had just moved it back 1 year because of the conversations we had had about manufacturing delays. and the time, and then also making sure that it was properly funded in the upcoming year's budget. So just some background too. Your firefighters located this, correct?
Yes, one of our firefighters, Ed Saharsky, actually found this on his day off when he was going through and doing some research on a new truck for us. This popped up on the market right away with a broker we've worked with before, and I immediately contacted Chief Kevin Lewis in Holly, Navarre, Florida, and we made arrangements to get down there, and the broker decided if we were going to invest the money to go down and look at it, they would put a hold on it for us, and it's still on hold.
Thank you. Trustee Domingue.
Chief, how many miles are on our old truck?
We are in excess of 48,000 miles. One thing, if I may, about miles on a fire apparatus, it's not so much like road travel because they make short trips, but they go somewhere, they sit and they run for a long time pumping also.
So basically with the ladder trucks, they only go out if we need it for that type of, it's not like a regular engine or rescue going out.
That's correct.
Only at specific times.
High risk, high rise, commercial buildings, apartment buildings, anything like that, which obviously too, as you understand, we're seeing an increase in the township.
So it doesn't get the wear and tear like the other rigs?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. What did you say we could possibly get for the old truck? What were the numbers that Director Bassett said?
Well, what we were looking at with some of the brokers, some of the trucks that this age that are listed out there, they go from anywhere from $90,000 to $150,000.
Okay, so that's what we could possibly get out of our old one. Okay,
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Question to Chief. Wondering if, it doesn't matter because you've already looked at it, so it's just more of a question just to educate myself and the public. What is the reason they are selling? It's a newer item. Did their needs change?
I'm glad you asked that because that's the first question I asked Chief Lewis when I was out there. Their fire department is a growing community. Chief Lewis took over after another chief had ordered and purchased this truck. As he explains to me, they are in the process of building a third fire station, and his goal is to sell this truck, to use the funding to help with the new fire station, as well as buy a new engine for it. This is too big for their needs for his community.
Okay. And then second question, this is a coastal community, correct?
Yes.
Are there any difference in storage or anything? I don't know the answer to this. Is there anything about the air there, the salt in the air? You hear that kind of thing. Does that have any impact at all on this?
They have the salt in the air. We have the salt on the road in the wintertime. And that was one thing that we were looking for. In fact, at one point when we were walking around the truck, I came around the corner and here's the boots of one of my firefighters sticking out from underneath it. Firefighter Gribbs climbed under there immediately and started looking around for any corrosion. We didn't find any on it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
Thank you. Any further questions? Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, when you said the Navarro Fire Department, this is too big for them, I got a lot of calls from residents that say, you know, a 100-foot ladder is roughly 10 stories. We don't have anything in the township that is 10 stories, and the idea is, I tried to explain it, but I think I butchered it, and I was wondering if you could speak on this. You're not able to get the fire truck the way we would position a ladder against, you know, a building. You might have to be accessing that building from some distance away. So the ladder is, you know, you get where I'm going? Can you finish this? Because I'm going to butcher it.
No, you're right on.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's not the height.
Yeah.
It's the reach.
Yeah.
A truck like this is best positioned in the middle of the roadway. We use a tactic called we take the crown. We'll take the center of the road because in this picture you'll see the outriggers that are out there. A unique thing about this truck too, it only takes 2 firefighters to set it up.
Yeah.
It's the newest thing, and it sets up in 30 seconds. So what we do is if we had a larger house or an apartment building like Story Point or something like that, we get into the middle of the roadway so the outriggers can come out and stabilize it, and then we have what's called a washdown area, which is anywhere that arm can reach.
Yeah.
So it can get to balconies, it can get to the peak of a roof, it can even go on a down angle if we had to get into a lower area to rescue a victim or something like that.
So the outriggers are, that's the stabilization element of the truck, and when you're in the middle of the street, you got greater likelihood of putting those stabilizer pads down on roadway as opposed to, you know, a less stable surface. So the 100 feet gives you greater versatility in terms of options when you're at the scene in proximity to the fire. You can safely remain away from and still have access to rescuing and so forth.
Absolutely.
The other thing that I thought was fairly compelling in the discussion that we had during our public safety meeting is that we have an individual in our fire department who works, kind of moonlights, if you will, and has some expertise in this particular area, specifically around you know, equipment, their value, trouble spots with different, you know, rigs, and that's the individual you were talking about that was really keen to get underneath and see
exactly
the elements of that. In the estimation of the original broker fee, I believe you said they were asking more than what they agreed to pay, what we were agreeing to pay. Their offer, they came down. Do you estimate somewhere in the neighborhood $500,000 difference between purchasing it now versus when we were scheduled to go forward?
According to Sutphen Corporation, and we talked to them through our insurance company, to rebuild that truck right now, $2.2 million.
So
Holly Navarre was asking, it was listed at $1.7 million, and in negotiation with the chief, he agreed to $1.6.
And in their use of the truck, a 2022 model, by the time you get done building it and get it into service, how much actual use, you know, again, to Trustee Domingue's question, I'm not necessarily interested in the miles on the purchase, but how many hours of idle time, of pump time, things like that? And if you don't know the exact, it doesn't matter. What I was going for is you're in essence, you're purchasing a new vehicle, or new truck. There can't have been much use on this.
A good comparison to this would be a demo vehicle, one that may have been shown at different locations. It's only about a year, just over a year old.
Yeah. And the money's in the fund now. We don't need to borrow or bond. This is capital improvement monies that are currently in your not allocated in 2024, but they're there. The funds are there. This isn't a deficit spend.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Domingue, to approve the purchase item
Supervisor,
10.
I just want to note one thing. On the agenda, it says 1999 stuff, and it's actually 1997. I apologize. That's an oversight on my part.
Understood. We'll make the correction.
Thank you.
Clerk Barry?
Supervisor Kersten.
Yes.
Trustee Domingue.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye.
Item 10K.
Item 10K is to approve a request by Supervisor Kersten to enter into a contract with DTE to install a new street light at 24 Mile Road in Sass at a one-time cost of $2,641.87 and a monthly charge of $29.51.
I only bring this to the board for a request because it is a reoccurring $29.51 charge a month, and it adds to our DTE bill. So did the same thing at 26 Mile Road. We did the same thing on Jefferson. I know it's a minimal cost, and this request did come from residents in that area, and it is dark at night, so that's why it's on the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Clerk Barry, supported by Treasurer Elliott. Any questions from the board? Good, Karen? Thank you. Clerk Barry.
No questions, just a comment. I used to live over there. I lived there for over 20 years, and I can assure you, many people miss that street. It is very dark. There are deep ditches on both sides of that street on 24 Mile Road on the south side, and I think we should be doing more of this to make sure that we're keeping people safe. That's an area populated by children, and this is very happy to see this, would like to see more. Thank you.
We'll keep adding them as they come in. Thank you. Clerk Berry, I'll call the roll.
Clerk Berry, aye. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 10L.
Item 10L is a recommendation to adopt resolution number 2024-05, election worker wage structure and election day and early voting period.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Clerk Berry, is there
Support.
Trustee Joseph? Clerk Berry?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. In your packet, you will see in the executive summary, we have included the reason for why we are asking for this. The Election Commission met, and it was determined that we are currently paying our election inspectors, and have for many years, a set daily rate, and it's kind of a bit of a convoluted structure based on what they did on election day. Now that we have early voting and a number of other things that have come into play, that structure doesn't make much sense. Also, the state of Michigan is going to be reimbursing municipalities for the early voting costs, labor costs, at an hourly rate. So it makes more sense when we go to ask for our reimbursement that we also are on an hourly rate structure. We're basically right-sizing this and giving more versatility for the township, but also most importantly in my mind, is a tremendous cost savings. If we retain the same structure we have now, it will cost us considerably more because of the early voting. We will have no ability to change that amount. So for the cost savings as well as for consistency with the state structure and model, the Election Commission is asking the board to adopt this resolution. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the board? You have
Just wanted to let everyone know as well, for the board members, that election coordinator Mason Brzezinski is here to answer any questions as far as operational needs or his perspective as well. He also brought this to our attention and is also fully supportive as well.
Questions from the board? Questions from the board? Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. I have a question. What is a student position? What's their role?
Yeah, that's a good question. A student, and I should probably refer this one to Coordinator Brzezinski, because he actually got the material, the information from the Secretary of State. There's a specific distinction for that and designation, and he could probably answer that best.
Good evening. Excuse me, Treasurer Elliott was supplied with a copy. She did ask what the difference is between a typical inspector and a student inspector. So those are individuals who are between 16 and 17. They don't have to be registered to vote currently because they are not a qualified elector. However, they can participate in the electoral process. They do fall under the same guise as our election inspectors. They select a party affiliation, and they go through all the same training. Unfortunately, we're bound by the work permit requirements, so they can only work a fixed amount of hours, but they can facilitate all the roles in precinct. They cannot perform as a chairperson, but again, they can facilitate roles such as assisting voters with filling out the application to vote, directing traffic, things of that sort. So again, being involved in the electoral process despite not being able to cast a ballot on election day.
Okay, would there be consideration to reduce that rate? Because it's at the same as the other positions. The proposed rate is at position of others who are registered voters and who are older.
I think the thought was that they would be performing the same duties as any other inspector. There's nothing that they're restricted from doing. They simply can't be a chair or a co-chair. So they would be performing the same duties. Just the fact that they're just not a registered elector, but they would be doing the same things. They would be they would be looking up voters in the qualified voter file. They would receive the same training. They're facilitating the same function. So we didn't discuss reducing it because of that. $20 an hour. The rates that are being proposed is $22 per hour for chairman and co-chairman and $20 an hour for any other designated inspector.
And again, some of this I know, I'm just asking for just
sure
continued learning. These, in the past, these people just worked one day, and now they will be working 10?
That's correct. In the past, we only had one election day that these individuals would work, and potentially 4 election days a year, in addition to the training they would do. But now with early voting, we have 9 days of early voting that they may be working, and not all of them work every day. Some of them don't have that kind of availability, but some of them do, especially the ones who, folks that are retired and so on. So some of them would be working 9 days plus election day,
Yeah, and
3 times a year.
And echoing what Clerk Barry's adding there, just for instance, if you look at the super chair rate, it's a per diem rate at $325. And for early voting, we're maintaining more banker hours, if you will, between 8 to 4:30. And at that point, if you do the math on that, it comes out to about $40 an hour in compensation. So essentially, we're having it and making it appropriate. And again, with the state reimbursement being, good fiduciary agents of the township coffers and not paying people, a ridiculous amount for one day of service. And again, it makes it easier for the accounting side of it, because we will be billing this back to the state under the early voting grant, as well as to both of the partisan primaries that are being held. So the Democratic and Republican parties will be billed for all the expenses incurred during the election. Again, it just makes it cleaner for the accounting side.
Okay, thank you. It makes sense to go to the per hour thing. That's no question there. But what I'm concerned about, and I know you are too, is how many people do we have to hire for each of these days? Before, it was just a one-day cost type of thing.
Yes.
Do we have, and so that's my concern. It's not so much the dollar amounts on there, it's the usage of that later.
Yes, and we are, the best, we're taking the best guesstimate. As I've told all of my election inspectors and sharing with anyone who asks, we are really in uncharted waters, all of us in the state of Michigan. We are actually making history this election. We have never had a decentralized election state like the state of Michigan, and there's only 8 of them in the entire nation. We have never had a decentralized election state try to implement protocols that have historically been exercised in centralized election states. And the difference is that centralized election states have counties that run their elections, whereas in decentralized states like Michigan, it's run by individual municipal clerks, which in Michigan there's over 1,400 of us. So it's become problematic on a number of levels, and so we're all kind of finding our way. What I have done is I've looked at some historical data, I've looked at voter trends, and try to determine what our best guesstimate is on need, and that may be adjusted later. It depends on also the type of election it is, the type of turnout. There's a lot of factors that go into it. What we're proposing for what I've put together for the presidential primary is having 10 workers during weekdays when we expect to be slower, and 12 on weekends and the federal holiday when we expect a little heavier traffic, so we may need a little additional. So 10 individuals during the week, 12 on weekends, on weekend days. And that would provide us with kind of the bare minimum. If we need to adjust that up, we will, but what that allows for is it allows for 4 processors. It allows for 4 workers in the tabulation room to facilitate tabulation of the votes, as well as if there needs to be a spoiled ballot, issuing new ballots and things of that nature. And then it allows 1 inspector at the entrance and 1 inspector at the exit. So that's kind of the bare minimum on the 10, and then with the 12, it would just give us that additional extra 2 individuals just to manage the increased flow of traffic. So that may change, but that does give us at least the minimum.
Okay, what is the rate of reimbursement?
So what we have currently is we have half of those individuals who are at the regular election rate, and half of them that are either chairs, co-chairs, or super chairs. So that gives us chairman, and then we have also our AV counting board as well. The AV counting board has changed dramatically as well. They used to count all the absentee votes on election day. That's not the case anymore. Now we begin counting absentee ballots during the early voting period. So there will be 4 days during that early voting period where we will be counting absentee ballots, and there are 8 additional inspectors that will be, and that's 6 inspectors, a chairman and a co-chairman in the absentee counting room.
In addition to the 10?
Yep. 8, there's going to be 8 in the absentee counting room.
Right,
We used to have 24 in the absentee counting room on election day, and so we can scale that back considerably because we're able to tabulate early.
What is the hourly rate of reimbursement from the state?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Kathy, I apologize. $15 an hour. Yeah. So our out-of-pocket costs, if we were paying for the election, is
$5 to $7
$5 an hour for inspectors, $7 an hour for chairs and co-chairs. The good news is that for the February election, that's 100% reimbursable. As Mason said, we'll be billing the parties for that.
All right, so we will not pay, we will pay these people, but we will get reimbursed the exact same amount.
That's correct.
All right, so perhaps we can use some of that data. It's not the same at all, but it's something to look at to consider for the primary then. Because my thought is typically in presidential primaries, there's not a lot of people that vote at all anyway, and then you spread them out over 10 days. Just seems like 10 workers a day plus the days when you're tabulating, that seems like a lot of people.
Yeah, we just needed to cover the four ballot issuing stations that we will have during early voting, and then we've got 2 people on the tabulators and 2 people that are going to be processing voters who have spoiled ballots or who need additional assistance. And then we have 1 at the entrance, 1 at the exit. So that covers the functions.
Again, it's not so much the dollar amount of the hourly, it's just how many per day and how many hours are going to be worked is.
Yes.
It's a different issue than, I guess, than what we're talking about here.
Yeah, the hours are set. We have to maintain the number of days and the number of hours, so we have to cover that period of time.
All right, thank you.
Treasurer Elliott.
Thank you. So the rate of pay that they reimburse is at $15 an hour, but they didn't say any parameters on how many people per, they didn't give you any parameters on that at all?
No, it depends on the municipality, it depends on its size, and depends on turnout and a number of other things, but they basically leave that up to the municipal clerks to determine staffing, just like they always have. Some elections, when we're even in precinct, we'll have 6 inspectors. Sometimes we'll have 10 inspectors, just depending on the election anticipated turnout. So we don't know what to anticipate at all here. So we just knew we had to cover the basics, and then after that, we would work from there.
So is there any anticipation of overtime?
No, we don't anticipate that. The only time that would occur, and there is a chance of it. So, for example,
right. So we're looking at possibly.
It shouldn't be much though, because the only issue is, for example, we're open 8 to 4:30 for early voting. If a voter comes in at 4:27 and we've got staff that are scheduled until 5, which is what we currently have right now, we have to give that voter time to vote, and then we have to close down the poll and all of that stuff. So, really, it wouldn't be much that would keep us there. We pretty much have it set up so we can just turn everything off, not turn everything off, you can't do that, but we can close out the poll, lock the doors, and leave everything the way it is. So, shouldn't involve too much overtime on early voting days.
So you're talking about overtime on a per day basis, right? But if we had somebody come in and work 4 10s, right?
Yeah.
Were you thinking you'd be paying?
So election inspectors don't actually get overtime.
Right, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, they don't get overtime.
But if somebody were to work 6 days straight, because it's a 10-day period, so by law, you would have to pay them.
No, election inspectors are exempt from that. There's a special carve-out in the federal labor law that they're treated entirely differently. So we don't have to pay them overtime because they're working on a per-day basis. So we're not aware that we have to pay them overtime. We have not been advised of that. And we're told that there's a carve-out for election inspectors.
Trustee Vosberg?
Another, is it problematic if we could approve this for the presidential election and then revisit it for the primary? In the presidential primary, and then revisit it for the regular August and November elections?
We could, but I have a May
issue.
election as well.
Do we get reimbursed 100% for the May?
Yes, May will be 100%. We will bill the school districts that have called for that, which is New Haven and L'Anse Creuse. So the costs for the presidential primary are borne by the political parties. The May election, those costs are borne by the school districts that have asked for them. And then in August, the only reimbursement we will receive is for the early voting period, and that's the $15 an hour per hour per worker, yeah.
So would it be problematic to approve it for February and May, and then look at it again?
No, we could certainly do that, and we'd have more data as well. I would just recommend that if we do that we do it in, as soon as we can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because then when we go to hire folks,
you need to be
we're changing
recruiting
it again.
early, at least
Correct.
a month early. So
Exactly.
you don't want to wait real long.
Yep.
All right.
Absolutely.
Trustee Domingue?
How many people are we hiring for this?
So right now, for election day or for early
Mr. Speaker, would you
voting.
please stop? We're trying to carry on a board meeting here. Please stop. Thank you. Clerk Barry.
Sorry, for election day or for early voting?
For this whole thing we're doing right now.
Okay, so.
I'm just talking this presidential primary.
Just for the presidential primary. So on election day, we have 8 workers per precinct. We now have 10 precincts, so that's a considerable savings because we used to have 19. So we've got 80 on election day, plus we have some super chairmen that will serve as well. So there's about 85 on election day. And then for the course of early voting, some of those are the same people. So some of the people that work election day also work the early voting period because there's some of our workers that have worked for years or more experienced and they are interested in working early voting. So some of those 80 people are the same people. But we are, like I said, we're staffing 10 people on those days and then 12 on the weekends. But again, some of those are the same people. So, I mean, I can give you the number of people working every day, but the number of individuals, I would say we're probably looking somewhere about 100, 110 different individuals.
And you've hired all those people already?
Yes, the election commission did appoint them, yes.
So when I'm looking at this cost savings chart,
Yep.
I'm seeing $57,960 in one column and $50,026 in the bottom column. So is that the savings that we're gonna be paying out is $50,026 in your estimates just for this presidential primary, but we're getting every dime of that back? from
That's
the government?
correct, yes. That's either getting paid for by the political parties or it's getting paid for by the state, depending on where the reimbursement's coming from.
Lot
But
of
yes,
money.
we're getting reimbursed 100%.
A lot of money just for this early voting.
It's
And all
absolutely.
these people.
I agree. It's in every community in the Michigan, we're all in the same boat
But I
that's
mean, this
taking on
many
water.
people, I mean,
Yeah.
do we really anticipate that we're gonna have a deluge of people voting in this presidential primary?
We don't know. We don't know. So we have to plan for what we anticipate turnout will be and the amount we anticipate voting by absentee, early voting, and day of. We really don't know. The good news is that if we do give them an hourly rate, that if it's slow during the day, we can send people home early and
Okay, that's
save
my
some
next
additional.
question.
Yes.
I mean, it's dead, and
Yeah.
you don't need 10 people at a poll, or you could
Right.
say, okay, you're done for the day.
Correct. Yeah, we can release people throughout the day. Yes.
And who will make that decision? You or him?
Ultimately, that's my decision, but it will be certainly in concert with the coordinator and, you know, the chairman who are there. Yeah.
You could save a lot of money. I'm really surprised at this, but.
The cost are enormous. Proposal 22-2 has taken the cost of manning elections. Those 9 days, 3 times a year, are absolutely ridiculous. And the number of hours that we have to staff, those are all mandates. We have to do 9 days. That's the minimum we can do, and we have to do 9 hours a day. We don't have a choice. I agree with you, though.
Trustee Anderson, you've been waiting?
I'll pass. I do have some, yes. This discussion going on here, these are public meetings, the Election Commission, they are posted, the public is welcome, other elected officials are welcome to come in there. That would be a good time to express the concerns, which seem quite important. I'd also like a motion to call a question.
So, I'll support that motion. We didn't have this many questions on a $240,000 expenditure, but I support the motion to call the question.
Clerk Barry, would you call?
So the first motion, the motion we have
to
on, to call the question.
Motion by Trustee Domingue.
Anderson.
Or Trustee Anderson.
Supported by
Trustee Joseph.
Yep. Motion to call the question on Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Domingue.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
No?
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye. Motion on the table is to adopt resolution number 2024-05, election worker wage structure and election day and early voting period.
There's a motion by Clerk Barry, supported by Trustee Joseph. Clerk Barry.
Clerk Barry, aye. Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Domingue.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
No. Item 10M.
10M is to set a date, time, and format for a special meeting to discuss the utilization of the township's remaining American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to hold the meeting on February 29th at 7 p.m. here in the conference room. Is there support?
Just 1 second, please.
Treasurer Elliott. Trustee Vosberg. Comments from the board?
Just that long overdue, and I appreciate your support in setting the meeting. I had initially set the request with meeting dates to give people an opportunity, but if you're ready to go on the 29th, I told you way back when, anytime, anywhere. So 29th is great, and would appreciate the support.
We have a motion from Supervisor Kersten. Do you support the motion, Trustee Joseph?
I have Vosberg. Supervisor Kersten made a motion. Trustee Vosberg.
Oh, excuse me, I beg your pardon. Thank you so much.
Good play, though. Any comments from the board?
I'm sorry?
None.
I didn't hear what you said.
Nah, don't worry about it. 29th at 7 p.m.
29th at 7 p.m. No, I will not be here. Supervisor Kersten?
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg?
Aye.
Trustee Anderson?
Aye.
Trustee Joseph?
Aye.
Trustee Domingue?
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott?
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye.
Item 11, addendums. There are none. Item 12, public comments. There is a 3-minute time limit. Clock will begin when you begin to speak.
Christopher Pierrick, Chesterfield Township. Just a little disappointed on item C with the rezoning at the property on Cotton Road. Apparently tie votes from a previous failed agenda item is just an ace up the sleeve for coming back to the table.
It's just disappointing. Mr. Palin, he shared how in favor the residents were at rezoning the property on 21 Mile Road. However, there was no comment about how the residents felt about Cotton Road, because apparently that didn't matter to this board. So just disappointed. Thank you.
Good evening, Kevin Hustick, Chesterfield Township. Just a couple of things. I think Trustee Joseph said it best earlier when he said residents are starting to notice the pattern that's happening here in regards to what Attorney Siebert said, that there's already been 2 occasions where there was I'll use the phrase stalemate between the board and, you know, bringing the motion back when the 4th vote has returned. As someone who's only attended a handful of meetings, and I mentioned that when I first came to my first meeting, and trying to understand and better participate as a citizen, it is glaringly obvious where the votes sit on this board, and it's shameful that we can have a APO adjusted to restrict the residents from speaking, but we can't address the stalemate that exists with this board when it deals with motions that failed. Like I've called before, I would ask someone on this board to show some leadership and address what all 7 of you know is to be a problem. How is a policy or procedure going to be adopted by this board to ensure that what happened tonight and 2 previous nights does not happen again? And I don't know what that is. I know we don't do Q&A, so I would hope that one of you can address that during your time to speak. But I would like to know who's bringing the motion forward and how that process is going to happen, because it's astonishing, and I think you heard the laughter from the audience when the 4 votes voted yes, because we all knew what was happening. It's just a mockery of our democracy. I am appreciative that this board voted to hold a town hall, long overdue. I think Clerk Barry said she'd be absent, but I'm assuming the other 6 of you plan to be there. Is that the accurate assumption? No? Is it going to be a Q&A, or is it going to be the 3 minutes restricted just like this is? So I'd like that to be addressed during someone's comments, because to be a town hall, it can't be the structure of this meeting, because there is no back and forth. We're just talking, and what we say means absolutely nothing, because the 4 of you do what you want anyways. So I don't have a lot of time left, but performance reviews, just carrying on what Mr. LaFata talked about at the last meeting. At this point, all 7 of you need to go. Have a good night.
Paul LaFata, Chesterfield Township. The public hearing on the block grants was refreshing. It's the first time the money went to actually help people. It didn't go to help fish habitat. It didn't go for butterflies. It didn't go for a nature center. It didn't go for a paddle park. It actually went to help people. That's really novel in Chesterfield Township. We're going to help people. We're not looking for swampland to purchase and fish to feed. We're going to help people. So with that said, the issue I have is on Friday the 2nd, the day after the State of the Bay meeting, I got a disturbing phone call. It says that the Department of Defense is hammering to purchase properties along Hall Road because they want to shut down Hall Road so they can lengthen the runways into Chesterfield Township. And our leaders don't tell the residents anything about this. I guess we don't need to know, so I guess there's like a conspiracy all the time. pushing for F-35s, because every so often, you know, that they get awarded somewhere else, to Arkansas, where wide open spaces are, instead of a densely populated township like Chesterfield. And residents don't need to know. Residents aren't always in the know, but our supervisor knows, because I was told that the county was all over it also. And our supervisor's really tight with the county executive. They don't do anything unless they hold hands. They go to State of the Bay Union meetings and all this other stuff. And it's really disturbing. There's no respect at all for the environment of the residents in Chesterfield Township. There's no respect for the value of their homes. There's no respect for the fact that you might force some of them to move. You just sit back and think it's a great thing. You know, somebody else spits out sound of freedom. That's bull. That's really bull. Don't tell me what patriotism is, because I know, none of you know, but I do. You know, it's not worth the almighty dollar to sacrifice your residents and your neighbors' way of life. And if you're part of this, shame on you. And if you're part of this, again, you need to go in August. You need to really go, because it's a shame. And every 3 or 4 months this pops up. And if it's not the county, and if it's not the Department of Defense, it's Peters or somebody else. And it's ridiculous. And I've written 6 letters already to Frank Kendall, and I'll write some more, because he needs to understand that this is population attention, but down.
Nancy Hutchinson. I'm going to echo a lot of what Kevin said when he was up here. Mr. Joseph brought up that a tie vote is a no vote. And Mr. Siebert brought up that it's really not against the law, which I would expect an attorney to say. But if it's in front of this board and it's part of parliamentary procedure, I would expect every single person on this board to have enough integrity. None of you do. Not one single one of you. And like Kevin said, y'all need to go. Because not one of you can stand up to Brad on this side of the room. I've never heard you vote against Brad, and I've been coming here a while. So don't tell me anyone here has integrity. It doesn't exist in Chesterfield Township at all.
Janice Young, Chesterfield. Chesterfield's been through a lot of changes over the years, some good, some bad. But it's really been disheartening to see the overdevelopment of my community. The Planning Commission, the Zoning Board, and this board over the years has gotten it so wrong. Our quality of life in Chesterfield has declined because of the overdevelopment. When will it be enough? If this board took a break from spending, there wouldn't be the need to keep increasing tax revenue. You have literally sold out the residents for the sake of your spending. And the really sad part is we haven't even gotten any really good developments out of it. I mean, I think we had The Feast as probably like the one really cool restaurant that we have. We don't have any cool restaurants, shopping, theaters. I literally leave my hometown to get these amenities because there just really isn't anything offered here for me. And if I want to go to the flagship park, I have to pay $5 to get in there. It's not even free to me as a resident. And I want to know what any of you do to bring in businesses, good businesses, and to encourage them to make quality businesses in our community. We just keep getting more fast food, more gas stations, storage facilities, and multifamily developments. I know a lot of people like to say that developers and landowners should be allowed to develop their property, and I understand and I agree with that. But what incentives do we give them to actually bring something great to our community? You know, and encourage them to even just, if they're going to develop it, is it at least good for us? I don't think there's even any care for that. I just watch over and over again how we grant variances for the benefit of the landowner or the developer, but not the community. So why is that? Why? I don't understand. And it sure looks like you care more about generating the tax revenue than providing us with the quality of life that brought us all out here. Tonight's agenda has over $2 million of spending on it. When will your spending spree actually stop? And Kevin Hustick actually made a very valid comment about this ARPA meeting. And yeah, is there going to be a notice sent out to the residents? How will they know? It can't just be for them to have to go to this meeting and to find out about it on the agenda. So I'd like to know, is there going to be something sent out, and what is the format of that meeting? We definitely need question and answers at that. At the November 29th Parks and Rec meeting, Supervisor Kersten mentioned that Selfridge wants to take over the property on the south side of Hall Road and expand the runway, which would close Hall Road at Town Center Boulevard, and that property currently meets up to our youth center on Sugar Bush. So I'd like to know, is this all being considered to eventually bring the F-35s to Selfridge? If this is needed if that's what's needed to accommodate them. If the F-35s are the reason, is that the reason why you're buying Sugar Bush School, to rehouse the community center or the youth center? I've heard through the grapevine that the youth center has to be moved for the safety reasons of the F-35s. Also through the grapevine, the land in question is currently being surveyed, and if Selfridge expands their runway, does that expand the crash zone? And what about like the noise from the F-35s? I live in the south end of the township, and I worry that this would have a negative impact on my home and my quality of life. So I'd like to know if you can provide an update on what's going on over there. And I would really hope that you would do whatever you could to discourage this from happening. Please protect the residents of our community, especially those that live in the south end of the township.
John Speaka, Chesterfield Township. What I'm about to say is my personal opinion and what I've seen and observed. For starters, Trustee Vosberg, I mean, you're out of touch with the residents. There's no doubt that it wasn't surprising to me that you voted against the charities that came in and asked for money the way Trustee Joseph proposed the split should have been. Then your true colors came out with the early voting, even though, you know, Clerk Berry said that the majority of the money was being reimbursed to the township. I've seen more questions asked between the three of yous on early voting and the money for the charities than I did when Supervisor Kersten awarded the free northeast sewer line to the wealthy and well-connected at over $8 million. Where were the questions then? Where were the conservative hawks then? Yeah, you guys pretended tonight to be conservative hawks, but people that have been here know better. Math, and don't take this the wrong way, this is my opinion, Treasurer Elliott is not your strong point in listening on the way you figure numbers. I'd like to thank Clerk Berry for the disclosure of the family member and willing to recuse herself. That was the right thing to do. Trustee Demink, I thought you nearly fell and tripped over yourself to motion the approval for public safety with the furniture. Where were you on Josh Baker? MIA. Supervisor Kersten, and I've said it before, is an autocrat. He's a dictator. Trustee Elliott, or Treasurer Elliott, Trustee Vosberg, and Trustee Demink are authoritarian followers. How that works is they all look up to what they believe is an alpha male and his philosophy. They all buy into the same philosophy. So to them, he's sort of like the daddy figure that they follow. And this is why we have a majority. Supervisor Kersten has his 4 votes that he can count on. Anytime that you see a full agenda, you know that he's got his votes. I mean, Trustee Vosberg was gone for a month and the agenda was light. So there's no denying it. I mean, the residents are smart. We know what's going on. So this year, I think it's going to be a rude awakening for the majority of you guys when you're out of those seats and you're going to be sitting in these seats. So, but the residents are going to do what we have to do.
Mike Wharton, 50393 Bauer. First and foremost, congratulations to the fire department on a worthwhile purchase for the ladder truck. And it is very necessary for the township to get something of that nature. It's a replacement of the 1997 truck, and it is going to be a very worthwhile investment for the community as a whole. Aside from that, it is kind of, whereas I do support a lot of the things regarding the discussion of the early voting and everything revolving around the voting discussions for the upcoming elections, it is kind of disappointing that pretty much the current presidential primaries are relatively over and we already have the candidates. That's the worst part about knowing this year's election is kind of pointless now. Recently, I had been listening to an audiobook, and actually two audiobooks that were of similar subjects, and it has to deal with the breakdown in community organizations. And one of them is called Bowling Alone. The reason for the title, essentially, is the decline of bowling leagues in the country. Whereas it's a very specific point, it represents a broader trend. In the not too distant past of the midpoint of the last century, bowling leagues were the most popular sport in the United States. A large segment of the adult population were members of such leagues. And as time went on, they declined in popularity. And what this represented was a trend of community organization and relative meeting spots, also known as third places. And essentially what it was a breakdown of community across the whole country. This represented a decline in other organizations as well. PTAs, mutual aid societies, organizations like the VFW, like Elks, Masons, things of that nature. But also represents lack of community participation in local government as well. One only has to look in the not too distant past to recognize how people used to interact with their government and were more active citizens. Whereas nowadays, especially in this particular community, it is not only not well participated in, it is becoming discouraged to be participated in. From the lack of speaking time here to the way that our government has treated its citizens within the local governments. If you are not a party player, if you are not a player in regional politics, you are very much discouraged. I like to think of myself in the mold of the alert and knowledgeable citizenry that President Eisenhower warned about becoming, and of the new generation of leaders that President Kennedy had tried to strive to craft. I like to try and exemplify myself in such a notation, but I have nowhere to go. I have nothing, I can't present myself in such a format or do anything except here at this podium, because that is the unfortunate situation that I find myself in this community, in this region, at this point in time. What am I supposed to do?
Joe Kadich. Getting back to the 29th, when we're going to go over the ARPA funds, I wish somebody would come up with a procedure and let everybody know what it's going to be like. Are we going to have a question and answer? Will you put out something beforehand? I'd like to see something, a mailing going out to all the citizens saying, we have $3.8 million worth of funds here. We'd like your participation and your questions as to where we're going to spend them. You put what your wishes are, but get it out to the public and try and get some input here. We've got probably the most people I've seen in a long time here. And if this is what we're going to have for an ARPA fund meeting, question and answer period, if we get that, we know where we're going to go with it. I'd like to see somebody put together some structure as to how it's going to happen, what's the responsibility of the parties, and how you're going to get the word out there to all the citizens. The other thing is, it came up, I was surprised, when you're putting out money and you recognize the fact that we were responsible, or you were responsible, for the retention or detention ponds. And now you're going to go back and fulfill your responsibility. Are you going to take charge and say, we did this to you and accept responsibility? When I put my claim in, I didn't get anything from a retention pond, but I got a lot of sewer water back in my basement, about $35,000 worth of damage. And I just got the refusal on the claim. And basically, I explained to them where the problems could have happened. And your insurance company came out with their idea was to protect you. And they relied on government immunity. So I can get a lawyer and I can go to court, and we know what that's going to happen there. A lot of money spent that I couldn't get any place for. I'm glad to see that you finally set up something that you were responsible for that, and the other ponds that are out there like to set up and say, here's what really happened and why it happened. I gave you some ideas as to why the basements flooded out off of Jefferson, where Jefferson flooded. But apparently, nobody wants to care about that. You're just still avoiding responsibility. And by the way, when FEMA comes here and you help the people put out their things, the people that had flooded basements aren't going to get any relief, believe me. I've checked into that already. They may get something on the ones that were flooded. The other thing is, when I heard about the ARPA funds being used for the school, I was a little upset because of the fact that we paid for that school once.
My name is Scott Brandel. I'm a resident here. I've been here a little bit over a year. I've been physically handicapped for a little over a year and a half, so I haven't been able to come to these meetings. I've watched everyone I possibly can off of YouTube, which you cannot comment on. It's shut down. So if anyone out there that's watching this, if you have anything to say, come to the meetings. This is absolutely asinine. This 3-minute mark, and that's all we have. We're not a large township. We're not Sterling Heights. We're Chesterfield. What is it, 45,000 people or something like that? Come on, seriously? 3 minutes, that's all you get. The gentleman that was just up here obviously has something to say. He's making valid points. We're all listening, yet let's shut him down. You know, you don't want to hear what we have to say. Blows my mind. I just don't get this. I really don't get this. Anyone that has watched the videos or have been here to all these meetings, everyone knows what's going on, and yet everything that has been told to you guys means nothing. The right side up here needs to go. There is no doubt in my mind. I don't care if you guys like it or not, whatever. It's insane. It blows my mind. So hopefully voting time, everyone that's at home, all the people that don't even know what's going on, hopefully they vote and know what's going on, and they need to get this fixed. It seems like there's 2 people up here, I won't even mention names. There's 2 people up here that bring their opinions to the table, say what they need to say, and everyone else just follows the leader. That's all it is. It's just a bunch of shadows, and that's all it is. I'll leave it at that.
I'm really not up to this. This is so disgusting. I can't believe this shit. Excuse me. I'd like to take my 3 minutes to do this. Tell me when my 3 minutes are up. You're exposing too much. Your voice is your vote, so speak up at every opportunity.
Try to aim yourself for the camera.
Research the candidates, listen to what they have to say.
Mike, face towards the mic.
No.
No, you're away from the camera.
You mean my loud voice isn't enough?
No, you're away from the camera.
Oh, I don't care about the camera. Who cares? No, it's disgusting. I just can't take this ongoing bullshit. Excuse me, and I'm not one to swear, but this is just incredible. It really is. Is this America? So here I am living in the all about me society here in the divided states of America. I tell you what, I've got family in Canada. I just might ask for political asylum. I don't know here. This is disgusting. I really didn't want to say anything. I don't like to rant and rave. I'm not one to really rant and rave. But I'm so disgusted with this. I don't know where this is leading, but I'm damn afraid of it. I really am. So my main purpose is to get as many people out to vote as possible. I'm not going to tell them how to vote. I'm just going to tell them to use their head, do a little research, listen to what the candidates have to say. There are many places where the opinions of the candidates are posted. See how your feelings agree with the candidates and the proposals. And it's important from the, school board up to the very top. So let's just make an intelligent vote. Let's show that we're citizens. It's our right and our responsibility. This is what America's about, the responsibility and the obligation to vote. So get out there, use your head, research, think about it. Don't just get pinned into, to labels. Just show a little bit of open-mindedness and ask questions, and do the right thing. How about doing the right thing? Forget labels. Do the right thing. Vote.
James Locke, Chesterfield Township. I'm disgusted with this board. I really am. I mean, gentleman's up here giving his heart. Get our lawyer, our supervisor, sitting up there smirking. Show a little respect to people. You people were elected to this office to serve us, to serve this township. Not to serve one man, not to do whatever him and his little crony, Lucido, out of the county, want done around here. Yeah, your buddy. It's time you grow a little bit of hair somewhere and think for yourself. So many things that were voted on tonight and passed. I guess Mr. Kersten there, he just loves swampland. Maybe you ought to go down to Florida. They got a lot of swampland down there they'll sell you. You guys keep spending our tax dollars for this, for that. We don't need that land. They want that land to go from Nature Center all the way up to Brandenburg Park, just for a walkway. Now, last November, December, you passed so a lady could get an electronic crosswalk over there at Hooker and Jefferson. We got sidewalks all the way to Hooker and Jefferson. You're going to have that cross right there. You got sidewalks all the way down to that Nature Center. You don't need that piece of swampland to go up to the corner of Brandenburg Park and throw another crosswalk in there. You guys keep spending for no reason. It's like you got an endless thing. You used up all that money in the water department. So I don't know where you think you're going to keep getting more and more money from for all these expenditures and that. You think it's nothing. Oh, well, it's just a few thousand here, 100,000 there, 100, it keeps adding up.
And what do? You keep raising taxes because it keeps adding up. Your sewer line, huh? You like the fact that your buddies there in the county all dumped the sewer line on you that we got to pay for now? All your future budgets to 1929 or to 2029. That water station, pump station, huh? That didn't fail. You never admitted it failed, but it had to fail. But now you say, we got to get new pumps in there. It's in the budget. We got to put in new pumps for that station. We got to get new pumps for all the sewer lines. I know my time's up, and I thank you.
Any more comments from the public? Bring it back to the board. Trustee Anderson.
Mr. Perrick, you ended your 3 minutes with some, I appreciate it. We need that. Probably won't use my 3 minutes again. You know, I had several issues with the check run, but I voted yes on it because I felt very strongly about the repairs of the scout car. The only bill I agreed with totally on that, get that rolling stock back on our community streets. Former supervisor once said, ensure that you got the 4 votes necessary before you put high-profile items on the agenda. Those of you that regularly attend these meetings or watch them, I don't think I have to explain anything anymore. There's 7 of us here, 4 of them normally run the agenda and the course of this township. It is not unanimous. Restrictions in your First Amendment rights to speak. That's what they wanted. You'll hear the board said. It's not the total board. Final thing, I want to say that I got a letter here dated a week ago or so. Mr. Joseph requested the town hall. No one else on this board stepped forward, put it on the agenda. He did it. The optics tonight of somebody grabbing that, it was they made the motion and seconded it. No. It was Dave Joseph, the one that got it on there, and I thank him for that. And with that, I'll end my comments. Thank you.
Trustee Joseph.
Thank you. Thanks, Trustee Anderson. I did push. It was something that's been promised forever. I didn't think it was going to happen before the expenditures were made. The supervisors recorded at various meetings bragging about 4 votes to purchase a $2.4 million school. And so I brought the agenda item forward. I don't know the tree fort conversation that went on, but there was obviously some conversation about February 29th. The agenda item was put there to discuss the format as well as compare everybody else's calendar, but the gamesmanship, I'm just grateful we got it on. So we'll have some ability to talk. I don't know why we continue to have board members that leave the township for a month. If you're retired, retire. If you're not retired, come to work, because when you miss a month's worth of work and then a few months later you miss another couple of weeks here and there, it makes it difficult to have a discussion. Mr. Perrick, you started the meeting off with a prayer, and I appreciate that. Mr. LaFata, I don't know what to say about the conspiracy part. I can tell you that the owner of the property has not sold the property. He has forever been advocating for some of the things that Ms. Young talked about: convention center, decent restaurants, and that is the one place in the township that can sustain the traffic. It's a 200-acre parcel, but it's basically being looked at for base expansion, and your representative is the township supervisor. He represents us at those meetings, and I think you know where his alliances are based on his past practices. So many things I won't be able to get through. I understand the frustration of those that say all 7 need to go. We're part of a team, and if the team consistently losing, you don't say, well, we'll keep the shortstop and get rid of the rest. I understand it. I don't take offense to that. I'll try to do my best, and if I win your vote, I win your vote. But I won't lead from behind and do things to cater to powers above me on the promise that I can be something bigger somewhere else. I just want to be your trustee, and I'm going to do what I can from that position. Last thing I wanted to say, and there's so much more, but in closing, it was brought up a few times tonight on the bill run and Officer Baker. He did reach a settlement with the township, and of all the things, politics, that I've encountered, the situation with Officer Baker was by far the worst and the nastiest. It was the principal responsibility of the supervisor who used his role to exact revenge, and it's unfortunate and
Trustee
disgusting.
Joseph, I'm going to interrupt you.
Oh, I don't blame you.
That is not true.
I don't blame you at all.
That is not true, and you know that. You are
no,
well aware of it. Trustee Demink, please proceed.
Supervisor, you need to subtract the 20 seconds from your meeting, your minutes.
Thank you.
Very shitty.
I don't have anything to say. I'll be ready to go to closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. It's hard, it's very, very hard to sit here and be criticized when there are so many things that go on that have to be researched, that we look at, that we consider, talk to people. I'll just talk about myself. Research that I do, things that I look up, figure out ways, how can we solve this problem? What can we do about that? How can we fairly take care of the issues that we have in this township that the most people will benefit? How can we not pick winners and losers when it comes to spending money in restricted areas? It goes on all the time. It's always being thought of. It's always being worked on. The phone calls I take from people, there's many people who like what's going on and who do things, participate in Parks and Rec and different situations. They enjoy living and working here. It's very frustrating to sit here and listen to a very small percentage of the residents here who complain. There are specific things you maybe are justified in being upset about, but to paint a broad brushstroke just gets very frustrating. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
Treasurer Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Tomorrow is the day that taxes are due, on the 14th. If there are anybody is watching and they need to still pay their taxes, if they are not able to come to the township, they can be paid online. And they can be paid online without a fee. So credit card fees, are applied by the credit card companies. However, there's an option where you can drop down and it says e-check or EFT check, and that would allow you to conveniently pay taxes and water bills online without a fee, extra fee. So if you have any questions or need any help finding that, feel free to call the Treasurer's Office at 586-949-0400 and use option 6. There were 19 comments made in both the beginning of the, between the beginning of the meeting and the end of the meeting, so at 3 minutes. And most of them were hurling insults, which has become pretty much standard at these board meetings, the terms like you people and things like that. And so in thinking about the criticisms, it always starts with ourselves and how do you make a difference. I often hear about how everybody's saying how they're making a difference, and but saying you people don't make a difference. I'm not going to follow that same hurling insults. I think that each person here is valuable, and I think each of you make a difference, and you care about the things that you care about. Sometimes it's just a matter of how you're communicating that. And I think also asking people to sit for 4 or 5 hours straight with no expectation of a break, and analyzing every facial expression is a little bit unrealistic for any group of people. You know, if you smile, you're criticized. If you don't smile, you're criticized. If you give eye contact. So that's the environment that you're creating here for yourselves to sit through, and how you're choosing to spend your time. And if we want to make a difference, it has to start with each person individually. Thank you.
Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Again, would like to take the opportunity to invite everyone to our elections open house on Friday. There's a lot of really important information that's going to be shared with you. One of the pieces of information that we often don't think about, but it was alluded to earlier in one of the comments, is that there's just not a whole lot of candidates left anymore running in the presidential primaries. That's a very common occurrence where you will have the majority of candidates may drop out after the ballots have been printed. And what voters will find is that if they already submitted an absentee ballot for a candidate that is no longer on the ballot, they are concerned that they've wasted their vote. The good news is you haven't. You can still change that vote. However, the timeline to do that has changed and has shifted. You used to be able to do that up to the day before the election, 4 o'clock on the day before the election. That is no longer the case. Now you cannot spoil your ballot after the day prior to early voting commencing. Therefore, that has backed that up a considerable amount of days. If you would like to change your vote on an absentee ballot you have already submitted, you may spoil that vote, but you must do so by 5 o'clock this Friday. So that is the last opportunity you have to receive a new ballot if you need to spoil your vote. So please contact the clerk's office if that is your desire. So that's a huge change from years past. Also, I would like to say that the number of changes for what we say the end user is for elections are considerable. We have about 10 times that many on the back end. So Proposal 22-2 has had an enormous impact. Trustee Dominka alluded to it, said, boy, that's a lot of money. It really is. I tell people that my budget used to be between $300,000 and $400,000 for a presidential year where I have 3 elections. It's realistic to say, and I think some people thought I was crazy when I said it a year ago, but I did the math right off the hop in 2022 when that when that initiative passed. I said my budget's probably going to be between $1 million and 1.2. That's the enormous impact that it has. We have done much on the Election Commission to try to mitigate that and some of those costs. I will continue to bring cost-saving measures to the board. That's what I brought to them tonight. I appreciate that. My election inspectors aren't probably happy with the outcome. They're making considerably less now, but we have to look out for the fiduciary responsibilities we have to our residents, our taxpayers. I will always attempt to provide you with the highest quality of service at the lowest possible cost. That is my mission and has been since I was elected here in 2012. As far as being a member of this board, I understand the frustrations that the public may see. I assure you my vote belongs to no one but myself. I vote my conscience. I've had even members here in this room say, well, why do you vote with that guy all the time? Well, why do you vote with that guy? And it's funny, they're talking about the 2 different guys sometimes, and I don't mean any particular individuals, but my point is that I vote my conscience. Sometimes it falls with a certain group of folks, sometimes it'll fall with others, but I vote my conscience. If you ever have a question, if any resident ever has a question about why I vote the way I do, please contact me. I'm more than happy to stay late, meet with you on your time and your terms to have those conversations. I don't mind questions. I got a lot of them today. I appreciate that. I'll get a lot on Friday, and I look forward to those. There's a whole Q&A session at the end of our open house. You can ask me any question about elections that you want. Quite frankly, you can ask me any question that you want, but we want to try to keep it relevant for all the other folks who are there to learn about elections. So I have no problem with questions, no problem with answering those questions. I thank you for your attention tonight. I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Motion go into closed session. Pardon me? I was going to. Clerk Barry, would you read item 14, closed session?
14A, to consult with the township attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with pending litigation in the matter of Althea Holdings LLC et al. Versus Township of Chesterfield, Macomb County Circuit Court docket number 23-003380-CE.
So moved. There's another item 14B.
Item B, to consult with the township attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with specific pending litigation in the matter of 2020 Outdoor Media LLC versus Chesterfield Township et al., Macomb County Circuit Court docket number 2023-003755AA pursuant to Section 81E of the Open Meetings Act.
Motion by trustee Joseph, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Would you call the roll?
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Barry. Aye.
Do I have a motion to return to open session?
Motion to return to open session at 11:15.
Motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Call the roll.
Clerk Berry, aye. Supervisor Kersten?
Aye.
Trustee Anderson? Trustee Joseph?
Aye.
Trustee Demink?
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg?
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott?
Aye.
Clerk Berry, you have language for the two items?
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to direct,
I'm sorry, it is one item.
yes, one item. I'd like to make a motion to direct the township attorney to sign the consent judgment as discussed in closed session.
Which
In-
case, what, Althea or?
In the matter of 2020 Outdoor Media LLC versus Chesterfield Township et al., Macomb County Circuit Court, docket number 2023-003755AA.
Motion by Supervisor Kersten. Is there support?
Support.
Trustee Joseph? Clerk Berry, call the roll.
Supervisor Kersten?
Aye.
Trustee Joseph?
Aye.
Trustee Anderson?
Aye.
Trustee Demink?
Nay.
Trustee Nay?
Nay.
Thank you. Trustee Vosberg? Treasurer Elliott?
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
I will take a motion to adjourn. at
Motion to adjourn?
11:16.
Support.
Motion by Kersten, supported by
Motion
Joseph.
by Berry, supported by
Oh.
Joseph.
Joseph to adjourn. Clerk Berry? I'm sorry, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.